This is the first one,
Yep.
the first one. Percy Jackson, what up? King, what up? We never discussed the double album before. This is gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah. I never thought I would discuss this album though because yeah, man, this album got some shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
And do
Fucking DJ U-Neek, man. I feel like this is some of his best beats in his whole career, in my opinion.
I agree, definitely. Rest in peace, Malik B.
Oh yeah, rest in peace to Malik B, man.
We losing our legends. If anybody didn't see the Roots discography, go check that out. Me and Reg did that like 5 months ago. It's got like over 500 views now. So thank you to everybody that's been watching it and supporting the channel. Salute, Ronnie. What up?
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Like one thing about the Roots that I've always loved and shit like that was just the fact they the jazz instrumentation that they were using, and I feel like Malik B, the chemistry between Malik and Black Thought was what really drew me in my opinion.
Definitely, I agree. I'm trying to remember the last album he was on. I think he was on was it not can't remember. Now shoot your cousin. He was on that joint, maybe.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think he was on that. Yeah, I don't even remember that joint.
Yeah, that album was trash in my opinion. And that was like that's like the first Roots album that I can legitimately remember saying, "Oh my god, this album's not good," because
Right,
even like the albums like the Tipping Point and the joint that they came out with, the Undone joint, like those like where like I know a lot of fans have their issues with them, but I never really generally disliked them.
right.
But that fucking Cousin album, I was just like,
I didn't like that.
yeah, this is actually bad. This is bad. Mm,
You liked it?
hell no.
No. I checked out after like I want to say Undone. Yeah, I don't know. Like this, they have a lot of filler albums. Favorite root song, Ronnie X.
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna say Clones because I think Malik B killed that track. So
I'm gonna go on top of my head. I might just go with episodes
that was dope. That was
for
dope.
real. Like that's the number album I need to talk about. The Illidub Half Life. I'm definitely gonna talk about that one day.
Classic joint,
Like
definitely.
just those fucking beat. I remember when I was in high school, I was just getting to like the groups and shit like that, and it was just like, damn, this shit is grimy as fuck. Like
Right.
you- mob deep drums over like a jazzy atmosphere. Like, come on.
So,
Oof. Yeah, man. Rest in peace. Rest in power,
rest in
Malik.
peace, man. Crazy. Still don't know what he died from yet, so it's too early to speculate.
Yeah, they said he's been sick. I heard he's been sick for a while, on and off. That's what I've heard, but
I didn't know that.
I don't want to quote anything that's not true.
Yeah, you got me. That was a good one. You got me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I already recorded that fucking No Limit thing on BET too, so I'm gonna catch that shit tonight.
Right. So check that out later.
Yeah.
It's, listening to this album again, it was bringing back memories,
I feel you though.
and wow, crazy, crazy album right here.
For real, man. Like this album right here, man. I just was not expecting it to be as big as it was because I don't even think I heard the full album. I mean, I heard the majority of the album. I don't think I heard the full album until recently on
Right.
Blu-ray for this.
Yeah, man. Um, yeah, today's 23 years for this masterpiece of an album, Bone Thugs double album, Art of War, classic album, and playing it today, I was like just thinking back of when I first got into them, like 95, with E99, and listening to first of the month. That was like a big record over here. You know, radio stations played it, sort of video like every day, and I remember getting that album on cassette, and like joints like No Surrender and Buddha Lovers, and the title track was like nothing I never heard before, just all fire. And then you know dropped the Crossroad remix. That was my joint, and hearing that really blew them up. And when they were on the Set It Off soundtrack, they had that Days of Our Lives joint. That
Yes.
was that was a banger. Remember that? And coming off the success of E99 album and Crossroads remix, you know, um, they dropped Look Into My Eyes. That was from the Batman and Robin movie, and that was a big hit for them, and you know that really crossed them over, like being on that soundtrack. And even though the movie wasn't good, it made a lot of money, and you know um, they were coming off of that success, and then you know when they announced the double album, people was already like familiar with the double album, because of Pop, All Eyes on Me, that dropped the year before, and then Biggie, unfortunately, when he passed away, they dropped Life After Death that came out a couple months before this one, and R. Kelly came out with his double album that same year, '97, and we was waiting. I was waiting for it, and the minute it dropped, I went out and I bought it, and things like the most money I spent for a double album it had to be like $30. At that time, like double albums were like $24, $27. It's still the most expensive album I ever bought. $30 for this album,
Oh
and
wow.
with tax, it came up with tax. It was $30, but um, it was worth it though. It was worth like every penny. And I remember like coming home and listening to the album, and it was like a step up above E99. Still had the hardcore elements, but it was like the production was more like banging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you hear joints like Get Your Thug On and Body Rock and Handle the Vibe, and it's all real. It was like I remember like putting it in my stereo, and the speakers were just knocking, and they sounded more mature on this album. They sounded angry, and I remember that it was like still to me like one of the best albums that they ever dropped. And they named the album All the War from the famous Sun Tzu book, you know about you know um being strategic without combat or whatever. And um they talked about in the interview about wars coming, and that was the reason why they were like dressed in all fatigue and camouflage. And I remember there was like they had like 4 different covers of the Source magazine that year. I had a guy in one of them. It was like one with they were like all in like the desert. They had all camouflage on, and for each one they had a cover. They had one for Lazy Bone, for Crazy Bone, for Busy Bone. I never saw one for Wish though. But I know there's like a fourth cover with all 5 of them, like including Flesh and Bone. He's on the cover with them. And they talked about getting ready for war, and they believed that a war was coming. And that was basically the reason why they named the album All the War. And knowing that they're they're other artists that believe that they had stole their style from them, like Twister and Do or Die, Crucial Conflict, 3 6 Mafia. Um, this was like the album where they were like answering back all of those haters and naysayers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like that was like my introduction to them. I was when they first came out with Thuggish Ruggish, I wasn't a fan of theirs. I did not like that song, and I liked I saw the video for the love of money with Easy E, and then that's when I really got into their music. But I never picked up um the EP joint. I forgot the name of that shit. What's the name of that joint again?
Which one?
People on the Come Up. I never bought that one. I waited till E99 came out and I bought that one, and I've been a fan of theirs ever since. So that was like my little introduction to them, because we never talked about Bone before. So I just wanted to give like an introduction of how I got into their music or whatever. So I've been a fan of this ever since. Like I got their other albums of Resurrection. I got Thug Will Order. Never picked up none of their solo stuff though. I remember I had a poster for Heaven's movie when that came out for Busy Bone. I had that poster, and when they dropped the Mo Thugs compilation, the first one, when he came out with Ghetto Cowboys, I had the promo poster for that. But I've always been a fan of his, and I think they're legends, and they put Cleveland on the map. I mean, before them, the only people I knew like from Cleveland was like Jim Brown when he used to play for the Browns, and Kenny Lofton when he played for the Indians. So I think Bone Thugs are legends, and we had to put some respect on this album and on them. I don't hear really nobody mention them when it comes to like best groups of all time. So I feel like we have to put respect on them today. So what was your introduction to Bone Thugs?
Um, to be honest, my introduction to Bone Thugs happened when I was growing up. I heard this track called "I Tried" with Akon.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah, that was like a big song back in like
Yeah.
'07, '06, whatever them years. And the I thought it was a pretty cool song to show like that. That was from the Strength and Loyalty album, which
Yeah.
an album I was not really too crazy about, to keep it a buck with
Mm-hmm.
y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that was the album with just crazy, lazy, and I want to say flesh and bone. I
Yeah.
want to say,
That album and Order War 3. They actually have a sequel to this one. Order War 3 had only 3 members because there was conflict within the group at that time, and it was I think I was Busy, Lazy, and Wish, and Crazy might be like on 1 or 2 songs, but he wasn't on that album. And then with Strength and Loyalty, it was like vice versa. It was like Crazy, Lazy, and I think Busy might have been on it. So somebody was missing off of the Strength and Loyalty album too. So like those 2 albums, they had like conflict where it was like only 3 members, but they were like interchangeable. So it's kind of weird. So it's like you didn't have Crazy on Order War 3, and then he's on Strength and Loyalty, but somebody else was missing.
yeah, that is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, what really made me a fan was, believe it or not, the track "For the Love of Money." I remember when BT had that top 25 countdown, and I watched the "For the Love of Money" video for the
Right.
first time. I just loved that track. Easy. I think it was Easy verse. That was my favorite verse on that track. To keep it a
Right.
buck. The only album I have from them is the E1990 Eternal album,
I did that.
which, when it comes to Bone Thugs 2, I'm mostly a fan of their stuff from like '94 up to maybe about 2000, 2002. Everything after the Resurrection joint, I was kind of like, it was either hit or miss
Right.
and stuff like that. Even though I admit the I Tried song from Strength and Loyalty, I did like that track.
Right.
And even when they got back together and they dropped that Uni 5 album, I was not even too crazy about either. Yeah. And I remember when BT used to play that "Everybody Wanna Rap By, Bye Bye, Bye Bye Bye." That track, oh my fucking god, I hated that track. and it was just like y'all got together, and it was like some commercial bullshit. But at the same time, I'm glad that they're kind of having like a resurgence of popularity.
Right.
Because I know a lot of people want to say that they kind of influenced Migos, which I'm sorry, I have to be that. They did not influence Migos. There's
Hell no.
not one thing of
Hell no.
Bone Thugs in Migos, in my
That's
opinion.
two different groups, and we didn't have mumble rap and trap back then. That's a whole different thing, you know.
Right.
I
But yeah,
think I think I think that the young generation now wants to grab onto that because they never heard them before. So they feel like, oh well, Migos started it. Nah, Migos wasn't around when Bone was doing their thing. So it's two totally different groups.
exactly.
Yo, this was hard to even like write or recite any of their lyrics because of their different styles and deliveries, the way that they say different lines and words, and they incorporate the singing and the harmonizing within their bars. It was hard to even write anything from any member. So I'm gonna try my best. You know what I'm saying? Might have to sing a little something like I'm Drake or something, but you know, it's hard. Like I don't think anybody could duplicate that style of rap and try to mimic what they did. So that's why they're legends.
Right.
You know, and on the album, I think that this album was great. It was like a jump off point for each member because each member on here has a solo track. Crazy Bone has It's All Real on disc one. Lazy has Mind of a Soldier. Wish has Get Your Thug On, that's on disc two, and Busy has Seven Sign with Majesty. And Flesh and Bone, even though he was like the fifth member, like in and out of the group, he was like signed to Mo Thugs, and he only appears on like about, I want to say, like 6 songs on here. He's like on one song on disc one, and then on the war disc on part two, he's on like five. But yeah, but this is definitely like it was definitely hard to write certain bars and stuff like that on here. So you know, yeah, we're gonna start with this one, the intro, retaliation, and with that, when it starts off, we hear like some war sounds and some soldiers chanting in the back, and you hear like there's like a haunting voice, and he's saying like you know uh uh Bone came to shut these motherfuckers down, and just putting people on notice, like yo, like they were like the originators, and all that talk about the haters and people, they biting their style, whatever. They came to shut all that talk down. Thought it was a cool intro that has a nice beat, nice people pianos on it, and yeah, it was dope.
Yeah, the retaliation intro definitely like set the foundation. Hold on, let me fix it. It set the like tone of that whole album. Like like a lot of the rap albums in like the late '90s had like an apocalyptic theme
Right.
to it. You know what I'm saying? So I just felt like definitely that solidified what the album was going to sound like and stuff like that.
Yes. And now you got track two, Handle the Vibe, which they sampled um the BDP song. I forgot the name of that. What's the BDP
Love,
song they sampled?
Love's gonna get you.
Love's Gonna Get You, right. They sampled the bass line from Love's Gonna Get You. That was a classic kick from BDP as well. And you got like some hand claps on the track, and bass line is hitting the drums. You know, Crazy Bones saying nigga you scared he said nigga he said nigga you scared when nigga bust, oh fuck, left his guts in my truck, nigga tried a 211, fucked around, got a 187. And I like the little the little sing, the chorus where they singing, that part of the song, by the end of the night, We envision how hustlers play. Can you handle the vibe? That joint, like that joint. Just a banging track. No, this one surprised me. I remember when I first listened to the album, and after the intro, and then I heard this beat. It didn't sound like you know a Midwestern beat. You know what I'm saying? Like it sounded like it had like an East Coast boom bap feel to it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But they put like their own spin, their own style to that beat. And I like how they did that because it showed that they were versatile enough to they can spit on, any type of beat. And I love it. I think it was the promo. I remember seeing the commercial for this album. The promo commercial, they were playing Body Rock, and they played this song as well, like in the TV commercials for this album. So that was definitely a dope train and a dope way to start the album. So definitely enjoyed it. Solid track. Um, we get to look into my eyes
Hold on, let me
from
see my thoughts.
oh
Before I see my thoughts, man.
oh my god, my bad.
You good, you good. Yeah, man, Handle the Vibe, definitely a very nice, dope track right there. Love that fucking sample that they used for the Boogie Out Productions track. Um, yeah, nice way to set the fucking album off again, like Retaliation and shit like that. Just definitely like what you said, kind of like has like a boom bapish feel to it, which is something different from Bone in
Mm-hmm.
a weird way. 'Cause, like, even though like they're from like the Midwest and stuff like that, this sound kind of gravitates toward like the West Coast of Deal and shit like that. If that makes sense. But yeah, man, this is something very unique and stuff like that. So very dope track.
That's definitely one of my favorites on here. We get to track three. Look into my eyes. That was the hit off of I'm saying Batman and Robin. Was it Batman Forever or was it Batman and Robin? It might have been Batman and Robin.
I want
I'm
to
not
say,
mistaken.
yeah,
Yeah, that was the one with Chris O'Donnell as Robin, and Alicia Silverstone was playing Batgirl in that. Yeah, that's on the soundtrack. That was a big hit. Really dark track, nice beat, nice pianos. Like the chorus, they singing, "Look into my eyes and tell me what it is you see." I love that shit.
that shit.
Bone was great at harmonizing their choruses. I think that's why they stood out. And I like the beat and the video. The video was it didn't really describe the song. It was more about like people being cloned. I think that was like a little subtle diss at like the like 3 6 Mafia and Crucial Conflict and all the artists that claimed that they were stealing their style or whatever. I think that was like a shot of them to incorporate that in the video. But definitely a dope song. I like Lazy's verse, and he says, I see this soldier, pistol and holster, don't need much. I toast thugs, nigga, nothing but the love of bud that we brought to the table." And just a dope song. Everybody killed it, and yeah, a great first single for the album.
Yeah, man. Look into my eyes is definitely like one of the bonus thug signature tracks. Just that haunting beat by DJ U-Neek alone was so fucking ill. Um, yeah, like this is like one of the tracks where they were going crucial conflict, the do or dies, the twisters, 3 6 Mafia, shit like that. Um, I always loved how he's on the fucking chorus, shit like that. And I favorite member of the group,
Right.
especially when he says lines like, "Give my babies all of my money, but my diamonds stay be shining. My gang, you know me, homies got more love, and I'm blessed when I'm out of my sentence. Put my fist to most the gotta keep the load up over my shoulders." Like fucking goes in on this track. I feel like him and the Crazy had the best verses on this track too. So look
Oh
into
yeah,
my eyes, definitely a classic song. Yeah,
definitely,
they
definitely.
had this other
Still,
line.
Right.
But Crazy said, well, you said what? You said what?
No, no, go ahead.
I was saying like when Crazy said like, and that's just like a nigga want to take all the credit. I bet it didn't even occur that you would eventually meet shit with your kid and shit like that. Yeah, man, very, very, very dope track right there.
Definitely. Still bumps today. I was bumping the whole album. It still sounds fresh like it did in '97. So definitely a great track. Then we get to track 4, Body Rock, another banger, more up tempo type of track. Nice beat, nice bass line. I love the chorus. They say, I say the war shouldn't stop until he's playing hating niggas body rock, body rock. Love that shit. Um, Crazy Bone joint. He said, I have to talk to EZ through the Ouija so I can see if maybe he can tell me why you hating on me, biting on me, why you want me to show a nigga leather face and you don't fuck around, nigga. Love that joint. I think Crazy Bone killed it. Um, Definitely another banger, another different type of track where it has a different pace with regarding like with the instrumental and definitely a banger on here. One of my favorites on disc one. Yeah, solid track.
Yeah, Body Rock's a fucking banging track. Sonically, it definitely goes hard in the studio and shit like that. Again, it just uses with the production, just emphasize on the strings and the dark synthesis that. Yeah, man, very, very, very dope track, Body Rock.
Definitely fire. Track 5 we got Somo Thug, real melodic, nice beat. Flesh and Bone is on this one actually. His only appearance on disc one. Um, Crazy Bone, love his verse. And he says what do you say? He say but if he had to maintain and stay peaceful, if you don't know to tame the devil, then the devil will beat you, defeat you, deceit you. He will never be alone. I've been looking for a better, but they don't never seem to wait. So that they don't ever seem to want to come around my way. Something like that. He said. Like I told you, it's hard to like recite Bone Thugs bars, but something regarding like along those lines. I didn't. I probably got a couple of words messed up on it, but definitely a melodic track. I like the bass line for that. Great song.
Yeah, it's almost, I want to say it's maybe like my favorite track. Well, either this one or another track, my favorite off the first disc. Just a very, very, very chill track.
Yeah.
Y'all might recognize that sample, that Isaac Hayes sample was also used by Jay Z for the Rhyme No More track off the In My Lifetime Volume One, and that very, very dope chill song. Crazy on a fucking hook and shit like that. Yeah, man, I love this fucking track and shit like that. Definitely, one of those like smooth chills. Like I said this before, Bone Thugs, they're the only motherfuckers that could talk about murder and they be so chill
Right.
with it and shit.
Oh yeah. And
So
and I like I
definitely
like
like,
that breakdown. Dun, 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 dun. It's almost done. I love that. Fire,
exactly, like it's
fire.
almost
They,
done at the end of
they
the day.
they always seem to come up with like the dope choruses, like harmonizing for like any song that they have. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I love that about them.
Yeah, that's one thing
Um,
about Bone Thugs too. Like,
yeah,
a lot of people bite about that shit.
right. Um, Track 6 we got Ready for War. Really dope beat, nice pianos, dark track. This is featuring Majesty. I believe Majesty was on the Motog label at one point. Um, and yeah, this was a nice track. Busy to me killed it. He said, I'm relent, I'm re- uh, I'm a relent and infuriated that you hated and pap pap can't fade it. We stay heavily sedated. Coming now back up with my bucks get shaken. And yeah, just a solid track. I liked it, like the dark tone of the song, and yeah, definitely solid.
Yeah, man. Ready for War featuring Mr. Majesty is another dope track right there. You know, solid track like you mentioned. Both of them would not play around with this fucking album and shit. In my opinion, not playing around with this fucking joint. I love that fucking beat and how the drums hit on that fucking shit. So yeah, definitely a very solid track.
Yeah, that was dope. We got Ain't Nothing Changed, Everything, Everyday Thing, Part 2. Part 1 was on the show soundtrack from 1995. That was Part 1. Plus, this is Part 2. Um, it has like a G Funk type of vibe to it. Um, Definitely a banger, nice beat, nice bass line. Wishbone to me, he had one of the best verses. He said, even even though we shall still roll the clear, play haters better beware, because we got minds, we got nines, we got shit to blow all the time." And I thought that was dope, and I had to recite something from Wishbone for once, and definitely a banger track on here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everyday Thing Part Two is another banging track on it too. I don't know if I like it as much as the first Everyday Thing in my
Right.
opinion, but like I definitely feel like this track right here definitely stands on its own too. Um, yeah, man, like very dope track right here. Trying to pull up some lyrics while my computer's acting up, but yeah, I
It's
feel
hard to
all
recite
definitely
the
on this one.
it's hard to recite they lines, right? Like it looks easy on paper, but when you actually hear them do it,
Especially
it's not. You know.
yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, but that's all I have to say about Ready for War.
Yeah. Track 8, you got Clog Up Your Mind. Um, I love this drink, dope beat, nice pianos. I like the chorus. They singing, "Sit back and let this thug shit clog up your mind." Love that drink. Um, Lazy. I like his verse. He says, "For the love of the money, I keep spending just some tap low shit. Gotta let hang 'em low. Swing and lead from my 4-4 Magnum though." Some dope bars, some Lazy. He's always been one of my favorites from the group. Um, I like the chorus, the way that they sang chorus, and another type song from the group, and one of the standout tracks in my opinion on this one.
Definitely agree with you on that. Cloud Up Your Mind definitely is another bang track. Crazy definitely did his thing on this joint right here.
Right,
Fucking again another one of them chill ass tracks with like a dark undertone to it. So I definitely have to give this as
definitely,
one of my favorites.
definitely. Then we get to the Crazy Bone track 9. We get to the Crazy Bone solo. Definitely my favorite on this one. It's all real. Love that melodic beat. The bass line is banging. Um, like you said, like they have a knack for doing like laid back joints, but it'll still be like a killer track. They'll talk about murder on like a ballad or whatever. I love this track, and crazy singing. It's all real. Don't care what you see. It's all real. It's just a thug in me. I love that shit. Um, he killed it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even recite no bars for this, but he killed it in his regular like Bone Thug type of flow. The ad libbing was dope, and I love it, man. It's definitely my favorite on this one, and that really set him up for um, Thug Mentality, his first solo album, and definitely a classic.
Shit, definitely see what you're saying. It's all real. It's definitely a very standout track off this one. Yeah, Crazy definitely did his thing on this track right here. One thing I always loved about Crazy Bones, like this song track is just like the gospel towards it too, which is also another I kind of witness about this type of shit like that, like
Right.
combining all these different styles towards one another and make a sonically dope album and shit. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, man, like very very dope track. I like the line where he says, um, "Hit the ground with the quickness, lady, better stay down. On the upside, and you'll find true niggas like the kind and shit." So
Right.
definitely love that fucking line and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So very dope track.
Then we get to track 10. It's an interlude called Hard Times. I love the it has like a 60s feel to it, but it's like a thugged out type of 60s, vibe to it with the dope drums and the bass line, the drum kick, the pianos, um, crazy again, crazy basically, takes over this track and he's singing and he's asking, can he see that we are in need to be free? I like that. And then he says, he's singing on and yes we would be blessed if we could rest in heaven, heaven. I love that part of this the interlude and just harmonizing the whole interlude and still making it dope at the same time. It's a very short interlude, but the way that he flipped it, it was like, yo, like this could have been a full song. And like yeah, like I feel like there were certain songs on this double album that it set up Crazy's solo album. I don't think he went for as far as like the solo albums in in order. I think Busy Bone was the first to drop a solo album, and then it was Crazy and Lazy and the rest of them. But um, definitely a dope interlude. They had a couple of dope interludes like this on the double album, and I wish it would have been longer, but definitely a solid interlude from Crazy Bone.
Yeah, man, like this could have been a song by itself. Yeah, some
Yeah,
real shit. Like I hate those fucking hip hop albums that they'll say like an interlude or a skit, and it'll be like a dope ass fucking song in its own right. It's still shit
right,
like that.
right,
Like that one joint that Far Side came out with Moment in Time.
right.
No, Splatorium from the
I told him
Lemon
right,
California album and
right.
shit.
That was dope.
Yeah, um, fucking hard. Oh yeah, very dope track, but it's like one of them interlude slash songs and stuff like that. But
Right,
yeah, man, this track right here, Hard Time, definitely a very laid back melodic ordeal. I love this. The piano on this track was what really sets it off, and then fucking crazy harmonizing.
yeah,
Like it's a real, you know, them motherfuckers like who smoke and drink a lot just to erase the pain that they're going through and shit like that, and just saying
right.
how if we got each other's backs, we don't have to worry about a thing, whatnot. So definitely love that track. It's definitely a song that's very reminiscent about what's going on today, if you ask me.
Yeah,
But yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Um,
if this was a full song, this would be my favorite track off this album.
yeah, I agree. Definitely a dope interlude. Track 11 now, we get to Lazy Bones solo track, Mine of a Soldier, and you got Busy on the ad libs in the background and on the chorus. Really dope track, really melodic type of vibe to it. You know, what else I put on here? It has like I want to say that the bass line is the same as the CNN Closer track. I'm not sure. It sounds similar, but I'm not sure if it's the exact same bass line
Yeah,
for that track. Huh?
yeah, they use
It is
the
the
same
same.
sample.
It is the same.
Yeah, they use the same sample on that
Oh,
one.
okay, yeah, yeah. Because
Yeah,
I know like I heard the same. I heard the sample before. I'm like, and I was trying to put my finger on it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is CNN Closer joint from the War Report. That was a dope song as well. Like definitely enjoyed this track. Lazy showing off his solo skills. And he says, say I'll be damned if we surrender. Agenda's still no pretender. Put it all down, make them all remember. Deep in hell's where I send you. Fire track, he had his vintage lazy bone flow on this track by himself, and it was definitely a great way to set up his solo joint when that came out, and I definitely like this track.
Yeah, this is a very dope track right here and stuff like that. I felt like it was very genius the way that he used Big in the background, right?
Right,
Switch kind of a soldier. DJ Unique again with that fucking beat, man. Oh my god, the way he flipped that sample was
right,
again another one of those. Like he should definitely be in a conversation when it comes to dope producers and shit like the hip hop game. I don't hear his name being mentioned a lot and stuff. So
right,
he definitely did his thing on the production and shit. So yeah, very dope track.
right. Number 12, we get to I believe this was the second single, If I Could Teach the World. Definitely a dope track. Them talking about, the healing the world and making things right in society. And, we had just lost both Pac and Big at that time. And it was all about, being united and coming together and real melodic track, real laid back type vibe. Um, I like the beat, the bass line, pianos was hitting on here. Lazy saying, every day the world goes round and round. I feel it's a small world after all, 'cause I can, what do you say? 'Cause I can meet and greet my fans, smoke a little weed, and have a little drink with y'all, have a little laugh with y'all. And I thought that was dope. And the chorus, if I could teach the world to be a thug in harmony. I love that. Love that joint. They should have did a full video for this. I mean, I believe they did a full video, but it like at the end it went into Thug Love. But that was like a double single or whatever. But definitely one of my favorites favorite songs right here. And Bone was all about unity and healing the world and all that. So yeah, solid track.
Yeah, man. Low key, believe it or not, I used to hate this track.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
What did you hate about the song?
Oh man, I guess I just did not really fuck with it. I guess the chorus and stuff like that, and I just felt like the message was a bit too preachy
Right.
when I first heard it. But now, growing up now, I just like have a better understanding of the track,
Right.
just a better understanding about the track and stuff like that. Oh my god! And I definitely feel like it's definitely like again like one of those Bone Thug tracks that is definitely uplifting in its own right.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
And I love it. I mean they've had songs like that in the past where you know they've talked about healing the world and coming together. So I never had a problem with that. I just thought that was like part of their message, to the fans and to the world and all that through their music. So I think it was a great song. Track 13, the last track on disc one, we get to Family Tree, and is that's another melodic track. Nice beat, nice pianos, bass line was hitting. Um, they singing, "This is my family, this is my family, most of family." I love that. Lazy killed it to me. He said, "Prepare for the worst, and hope for the best," and the rest was written. Want someone to treat me like I'm forbidden, but I'm just looking for the shit that's hitting. And I thought that was a dope joint. Nice way to end off the album. And for the last track on disc two, they actually used the same beat for the Mo Thug Family Tree Posse cut. So I thought that was interesting that they used the same beat for like each of the last songs on the double album. But this was dope. This was a nice way to end the first part of the album.
Yeah, Family Tree is definitely a very cool, chill, positive song right there and stuff like that. Just them putting out the Mo Thugs family on the map and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I love Busy's line when he says, and then I'll say, hey, okay, give me one. This they just came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Pop up.
it's hard to recite they lines or like.
It's not, no, it's not that. It's just a pop up came on my laptop and
Oh, okay.
they said, and then I'll say, hey, fuck it. My family ain't living for nothing. But struggling was one of the reasons I'm thugging. And steady state hustling, where was my loving? Somebody tell me something good for nothing. Like, I just love the way he was flowing on that track right there.
Right. And like for the double album, I want to like grade each one. So for disc one, I think it was a great first part. A great. And if this was like a standalone album, it definitely would be a classic. You know, we got a couple of Crazy Bone solo joints. You know, we got a one Flesh and Bone appearance. Um, I think the production was great on here. My favorite tracks would be Handle the Vibe. It's all Mo Thug. It's all real. Hard Times, the interlude, and If I Could Teach the World. Definitely a great first part of this album, and I would give it a solid 5 mics.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. The first disc is just phenomenal and stuff like that. In my opinion, like they definitely did their thing on this one.
Right.
Um, yeah, man, 5 mics as well too.
You know, that was disc one. That was disc one. Let's see here. World War I. We got to World War II, part two. And this two had definitely some bangers on here. You know, we start with the intro with Mo Thug, and we have like sound like a voice that's in auto tunes and it's saying Mo Thug, but it's like in the auto tune type of way. And then we hear like some finger snaps and you hear the group harmonizing, and they snapping their fingers and like much love, Mo Thug can follow me if you want to feel the thug fire. And it was real dark, you know. Without a beat, it was like an interlude, but it was like real dark. And you got like pianos playing in the background, and Lazy was ad libbing on there. I thought it was dope, a nice way to start off this too. And yeah, I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I definitely fuck with that interlude right there too and stuff like that. The most though I don't know. I'm always a sucker whenever Bone Thugs does some melodic harmonization and stuff like that. When it comes to the
Right,
music, I'm always a fan of shit like that. So
right.
I definitely see what you're saying with that. Definitely a favorite.
Then we get to like the major collab on this whole album, Thug
Oh,
Love,
go ahead, go ahead.
Thug Love with Tupac, the late Tupac, and he did actually record this for the album before he passed away. It's not like some thrown together verse or whatever. And this was like a very dark song, very it had like a haunting melody. The beat was fire, the bass line, the piano chords on here were like haunting, but it was like a major part of the song. You got like the Jason cha cha cha, like those ad libs in the background, and definitely a great track. You know, Pac always stands out to me. Like on any track that he did, definitely killed it when he said, police be rushing when they see me. I flaunted America's Most Wanted live on TV. Fire lines from Pac is always a legend, in my opinion. Definitely one of the best Bone Thug collabs all time, in my opinion, as well. And remember, like they also collaborated with Big that year on Life After Death on Notorious Thugs,
That's
and
right.
that to me was a classic joint as well. I think Big killed it But I like this. I like this a little bit better, like because it was like the beat was just so hard, and you had like the gunshots on on the track, and you know the chorus, nothing but love, like popping fire. So you just had the gunshots going off, and it was crazy, crazy. Um, yeah, I love that. You know, I wish they had like a full video for this. You know what I'm saying? There was no video done for this, but I wish like they had did a full video with Pop for this. But definitely a classic song, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Thug definitely is a very timeless hip hop track right here. Um, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy too because of the fact that this is. I know a lot of fans and people have said that the collaboration between Pop from Death Row and Bone Thugs from Ruthless was like the quote unquote official end of the whole Ruthless and Death Row beef too.
Right.
Yeah, man. I just felt Pop was on rare form in this track right here.
Yes.
Like, according to Busy, he actually wrote this verse in about 2 minutes. So,
Shit.
you said what?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like that's one thing about Tupac, man. Like his writing, his work ethnic, man, is just so fucking talks upon and shit like that. You know, in my opinion, especially the fact that the way he just like flips certain shit, like he will write verses, you know, be in the studios for hours and hours and hours and shit like that, man. But yeah, but back to this track right here. I love like the gunshots in the background just adds on to this track right here. Um, even Busy himself, his first verse was, believe it or not, his verse first was actually different from the original Thug Love because
Mm.
the original Thug Love was released in 1996 on a promo CD. So I think they, because of Tamika Wright, I think they had to review some stuff
And,
and shit like that too.
and
So,
that was with Pac, Busy Bone, and Silky Fine, right?
yep,
And then she had the rest of Bone do it over.
yep.
Uh, I never heard the original. I gotta hear the original joint.
Yeah, I've heard the original joint. I think like years ago. I've heard it and stuff like that. And Loki, I mean, it's no different in my personal opinion. It's really like no huge difference and stuff like that. But at the same time, I would not recommend either or over them and stuff like that. In my opinion, that makes sense. So
Yeah, that definitely a classic song. One of my favorites on this whole album. You know, that was Thug Love. Number three now. We get to Hate Your Nation.
ooh,
Very
yeah,
dope song. Real
ooh.
melodic, nice beat. They actually I want to say they sampled not M2A. Was it M2A or was it like the actual Juicy joint?
I think it was
Like
the actual juicy
yeah,
joint.
like they actually like singing, you know, very well who you are. They're talking about the haters because it's called Hate Your Nation. They talking about the haters and people that was, you know, throwing shade at their rhyme style and stuff. And um, I thought it was a dope joint. It was like they everybody killed it on this song. I like I want to say it's a nod to Big, but I'm not sure. But I feel like it was a nod to Big when they sang the chorus the way they did with the whole juicy sample and I thought it was a dope song. Definitely, they did um a lot of like going at the haters and people that was feel like that they were biting their style and all that. They did a lot of that on this album. So this is one of the tracks where they talked about those very same haters and people that was throwing shade at them at that time. So definitely it's a solid track.
Yeah, I definitely feel this is again another favorite track off like the whole album, man. Just the way they flip that juicy sample, just the fucking play, hate me. Like
Right,
I just love that fucking chorus.
right. The ad libbing in there.
Hell yeah, man. Like that shit go fucking hard and stuff. DJ U-Neek again, that fucking beat is bananas, man. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like I'm sorry. I had to say this is his best for the work production wise. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Like E1990 Eternal, I love that album to the death of me, but this album right here, production and sonically wise, I have to put this over E1999.
Right. I'm there with you. Like I grew up with both of those albums when I was a teenager. Like E99, I want to say I was like 16 or 17 when that came out, and then like when this came out, I was I had their whole lick. I had like the cornrows, the I was into the hardcore at that time, and they I felt like those they spoke to the hood. They were big up here in New York. Like we showed them love when First of the Month came out. We showed them love when this album dropped. We showed them love, and I was a huge Bone Thugs fan. So um, you know, both of those albums to me are classic. That's like their best ones for me in their discography. So I grew up with both of them. So I whether it's E99 or the War, I love both of them. So, but definitely I think DJ U-Neek was in his bag on this album production wise. Like to do a whole double album by himself, like that. You know what I'm saying? Like when Wu-Tang Forever came out, RZA did a lot, but we had the Wu Element producers. You had Mathematics and Fourth Disciple do shit on it, and True Master. So um, I think to hold on a whole project like this, it was phenomenal for me. So
I
you
feel
know,
you. Definitely feel
the,
you on.
just a dope ass song. Hate me, we don't care. I love that. Love that song. Now we go to the Busy Bone solo track featuring Majesty, Seven Son, banging ass beat, bass line is fire, real haunting type of melody. Majesty killed it. He said, got your mind blown, vocal tones keep it sewn, blasting over your stereo or your headphones. Fire and I like the Busy Bone chorus. I'm tatted, so when I died, you can see it all through my eyes. Fire, Jim. Busy was always one of my favorite members in the group as well. Like him and Lazy and Crazy, definitely like those are like my favorites in the group. So like him like killing a solo track. We already knew he was ready for like as a solo artist. So I definitely think like he bodied this track. So definitely a solid cut.
Yeah, Seven Signs is a very banging track right there for that fucking drums and that bass line and whatnot. Definitely love this track right here. Um, Shit, man. Like, what else can I say about this track? But Majesty itself just definitely did his thing on that second verse, in my opinion. But yeah, very dope track.
Definitely. We get to track 5, Waistline Warriors. Definitely a banging joint. It has like that like a thuggish ruggish type of feel to it. Like it could have been on that album on People on the Come Up. It has like a G Funk vibe to it. I like the bass line and the hi hats for that. Definitely a solid track.
Mm. Yeah, very solid track right there. Not and y'all not to be confused with Crank That Soldier Boy, not that Soldier Boy, stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, man, it's part of Mo Thugs family.
Yeah.
I want to say like I love the way how Lazy was definitely doing his thing on the ad libs and shit like that too. So yeah, very bumping track.
Yeah. Definitely a dope joint. Yeah. I forgot Soldier Boy. The Mo Thug Soldier Boy was on that song. Not Superman Soldier Boy. He came like 06, '07. This is a different Soldier Boy. Track 6 we got Neighborhood Slang. It's an interlude. Another interlude on here. Dope. Interlude. Nice dark piano chords. Crazy Bone kills it. He says, 187 is a lesson for them niggas that want to test. Bring more than, cause me shotgun will be something to your chest. It's hard. Yo, you don't know how hard it is to try to like. It's easy to when you see the lyrics on paper. It's easy to say it, but when they actually reciting it, it's totally different. It's very hard to even try to recite a lyric from Bone Thugs and the way that they do it. So I know I messed up a lot already, like reciting these lines, but it was something in that order. But he,
I,
Crazy Bone killed it. It was a dope interlude. I like all the interludes on here. Like, and that's weird because I don't remember any album that, like, ever hearing like where the interludes are like all dope. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
like all the interludes on disc one and disc two, they were all fire. They could have been like full songs. But he definitely killed it.
yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, man. Like fucking neighborhood slang, man. It's so
Yeah.
fucking ill. Um, Crazy definitely doing his thing with this joint right here. I love the fucking line when he says, "Them Papo no me no surrender. Them niggas on the street they remember Bone as being no pretender. Standing up on the block, 9mm cops in me hand, and got my niggas looking out for me back." And then watch them rocks. I think they got the lyrics wrong on this shit right here, but fuck it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's fucking neighborhood slang right here.
We got track 7. Uh, you know, You Ain't Bone, another one of my favorites on here. They're taking shots at 3 6 Mafia and Twister and Do or Die and all the artists that felt like they took their style or whatever. This is a direct diss towards them. Banging ass beat. Love the pianos on here. Lazy killed it. He said the beat bodies, dope style takers. When I see you face to face, my nigga, I'ma treat you like a hater. Fire drink. Fire drink. Um, I like the chorus, man. They saying I hope you realize that you ain't bone, nigga, you ain't bone. Fire. Killed it. Everybody killed it on that joint. Busy Bone killed it as well. I liked his verse. Um, just the banging joint. I like the way that they responded to the hate and the people claiming that they were biting their style. I like the way that they did that and letting them know like yo like we're the originators of this style. Everybody else done copied our shit and went platinum and got rich off of our style and shit. But at the end of the day, you ain't bone. We're bone. Lazy, crazy, wish, busy, and flesh and bone. We're bone. Everybody else, they're the beat biters and the dope style takers. You know what I'm saying? So I like the way that I applaud them for doing that, for going at, the naysayers and people claiming that they stole their style. So just a dope ass song. I love it.
Yeah, You Ain't Bone is another one of those tracks where they're going after the haters, the naysayers or whatnot. Um, Nice usage of like the MC Light 10% disc callback and shit like that. Um, fucking dope tracks. Like yeah, I love the line when it said, "Bone Thugs and Harmony, them niggas going platinum every time. I'm made to ride, you made to ride. Let's do or die. That nigga I died. I jumped in my 500. If you got it, better flaunt it. I'ma drop to the top and lock the locks." Now I like to call back to the group Do or Die and shit too.
Right, right. That was clever. Yeah, just a great song. I love that. Track 8, we get to Wishbone solo joint. Get your thug on. I'm not really a fan of it. The beat was okay. I didn't really care for the female singing and all that, and I felt like Wish could have did better, for a solo track. And he didn't. He still hasn't dropped a solo album out at all since everybody was done with solo. He still has never dropped a solo album, but it was okay. It's not like one of my favorites on it. I feel like he could have did better.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent track. I can see what you're saying on that one. It's not like if there was one track I would probably have left off, it was probably be this one in my opinion. So
Yeah.
yeah, I can see what you're saying with that one.
Um, Track 9, we get the all original, dope beat, dope bass line. I like the drum kicks on this. All four of them killed it. Busy Bones not on this one. It's just Lazy, Crazy, and I think Wish is on here, but Busy not on this one. But definitely all three of them killed it on this track. Solid cut.
Yes, indeed, a very solid but all original. That's probably again one of my favorites off this second album, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, just definitely them going ham on this fucking track right here. I definitely love this shit.
Then we get to another dope interlude. This is my favorite interlude on here. Blaze It.
Yes.
You know, they talking about, smoking up like they always did. Um, Dope beat, like the horns, like again has like a '60s ish type of vibe to it. And once again we have Crazy, doing the lead on here, and he's singing, if reefer really makes you hot, makes you happy, nigga blaze, and I love that joint. Y'all got me singing like I'm Drake like tonight and shit. I'm doing all these singing choruses. I feel like I'm part of the group, like I'm part of Bone Thugs or something right now. You know what I'm saying? Never in life have I ever like tried to sing a chorus that a group did. But I feel compelled to do it because it's Bone Thugs, right? And I like the way they do the choruses, but definitely a dope joint. I wish this was a little longer, like a full song, but I love this interlude.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite interludes as well too. Fucking just traditional Bone Thugs, vintage Bone Thugs, smoking weed and shit like that too.
Right.
So definitely love that shit.
Definitely a dope joint, man. Track 11, we got Let the Law In. Definitely a dope ass track, nice bass line. I like the chorus, and on the chorus, when Crazy's doing a lot of these choruses on this album. I noticed
Yeah,
I mean, maybe it's just me, but when he was doing the chorus on this track, like the way that he was um pronouncing his words, he sounded like he was British, like he was like straight from like down under, like London. You know what I'm saying? Like when he's like saying like fuck him with the law, and because we simply get the rock and Hoffman opened dump them all in. But the way that he was reciting it, he sounded like he had like a British accent the way he was doing it. Maybe it's just me, but that's what I got from him doing that. But definitely a dope song. I didn't quote no lines, but yeah, this was a solid track.
yeah, man. That song right there, Let the Law In. Another fucking banging track right there. Yeah, I fairly felt like Busy definitely did his thing on that one and shit like that. Yeah, definitely nice chorus by Crazy Bone as well too. So very solid track.
Right, that was dope. You got the track 12, Whom They Lie. Um, Banging beat, nice bass line, really hard track. Flesh and Bone is on this one. He killed it. I like the chorus. They sing the chorus. Whom die they lie, whom die they lie. I like that. Yeah, I didn't quote no lyrics on this one. So a lot of these songs I didn't even want to try to quote anything, but Flesh and Bone is on here. I think he killed it. I like his own verse, and a really solid track. I think they sound more complete when it's all five of them. Like even with the four, like when it's just four, they sound great. But I think Flesh and Bone just brings that extra added something, and it just makes them all complete. You know what I'm saying? So I like that. You got to be on more of this two than this one. So
Yes, son. Whom died they lie. Fucking ill ass track right there. Probably my favorite track from the second album, maybe. And yeah, just that fucking dark ass beat, man. Just fucking Flesh and Bone. Yeah, definitely fucking did his thing on this one and shit. So, and we definitely got to talk about his first album too. I feel
yeah,
like his first album is not.
yes, I
Uh,
had Flesh and Bone's first album on cassette back in the day. I barely played it. I remember only the single that came out, but I need to get that on CD for sure.
yeah, man. I think I heard it for the first time last year. So
Yeah, definitely underrated. Um, then we get to track 13, Friends. This is like their own like spin on like the Houdini classic Friends, and they're talking about like how friends come and go, and you got to know who your real friends are. And I like the way they flipped it, and it was a real melodic track. All five of them is on here as well. Flush and Bone is on here as well. Nice beat, nice. They finger snaps on the track, and the bass line was dope. And they singing friends, friends. friends, friends. How many others have them? We talking about friends. Love that joint. Um, and Wishbone, I think he had the best verse. He said it's like suicide, nigga, do or die. When you're fucking with mine, we all gonna ride in the end. Somebody gonna die tonight. Don't be fucking with my friends. Love that joint. I think Wish killed it. All five of them were solid together. This is the type of Bone Thugs I want to hear. Like all five of them together and complete as one. And I think this could have been a single. Like it was dope. Definitely enjoyed this track.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is definitely a standout track right here. Them utilizing that Houdini Friends track to very good usage, in my opinion. Like,
Right,
just vintage Bone Thugs and Harmony. Just like, no matter what we go through, we still a fucking family, a thug
right,
family that is, and shit. So,
exactly, exactly. It's like even like with me and Reg, like I met Reg through the other podcast he used to be on, and instantly me and Reg became like the homies, and I look at him like he's fam, like he's a friend now, like that's the homie. So it's
so
like me and Reg talk every day, so it's like I don't feel like myself if I don't hit him up and say what's up, at least to see how he's doing, and not even on no music shit. So that you gotta cherish the friends that you meet along the way in life, and weed out all the other bullshit and all the haters and stuff in your life, and keep those friends for life. So I definitely feel like this is like this track will always be relevant, like to people that's been through bad friendships and stuff like that. So I definitely feel like it's a solid track, and it's a timeless track as well. you know
word.
uh, Track 14, we get to Evil Paradise. Now this joint. I remember like back in the day not really liking it, but it grew on me now with where I do like it now. It has like a real dark melody, really up tempo type of track. I like the drums on here. The bass line was dope. Um, they singing Feel the Thunder in the Sky. We party overtime. Love that joint. Um, No More Evil Paradise. Love that shit. They killed it. Lazy killed it on here. He's on the chorus mainly, and I thought it was a good joint, like to ending off the album soon, and I think it was a great joint.
Yeah, this is definitely a very solid track right here. Nice way to end off the album. The thing about this track right here, Evil Paradise, it's just like, again, one of those dark Bone Thug songs that just has like a light undercurrent towards it and shit like that. So that's one
Right.
thing I always witness about this track right here.
So definitely, this is a track that I like it years later now. Like it definitely grew on me, and it's definitely a solid track. Last track now we get to track 15, Mo Thug Family Tree. And again, like I said before, like they use the same beat for the last song on this one. And this is like the Mo Truck. This is like the Mo Thug Posse cut where they had like the different artists that were signed to the Mo Thug label featured on this last track to close the album out. I thought it was dope. Like, I didn't write nothing off here. I know they had like different artists. I wasn't really big on the Mo Thug compilation stuff, but um they had like a couple of artists featured on this joint. And I think it was cool that they incorporated, their label and um getting their fans prepared for, the Mo Thug compilation and the Mo Thug label. And they dropped a lot of Mo Thug stuff, after this album. You know what I'm saying? Like when the compilations came out and the different artists, Felicia, she was a Mo Thug artist, and they had different. I remember they had a white boy as well. I forgot the white boy name.
Oh, yeah, I remember that shit.
He was on the Ghetto Cowboys joint. I forgot his name. It's been years, but they had like different wasn't there one called Ken Dog or Ken Bone or something like that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember him, and they had like different artists that was coming out on Mo Thug imprint. So I thought that was dope to close the album off with, a couple of the artists. So, yeah, that was cool. Big Freezy, what up?
Yeah, pretty much it just gives them like a glimpse about what do you expect from just their whole fucking clique and shit like that. So
Powder P, that was his name. Powder P. Yeah, the white boy. That was his name. Yeah, I remember.
his name was what?
Powder P.
Powder P. Okay, got you.
I know it was something with powder in it, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to just say any old name. So yeah,
Powder P.
what up? Yeah, but I think this was a great second half, and we had more Flesh and Bone on this. We had like 5 songs with Flesh and Bone on here. I always felt like they sounded more complete with Flesh and Bone, even though he was like the official member, but he wasn't always there. So he was like he would come and go, and he was like a Mo Thugs artist, so he would come and go, and I always felt like they were more complete with Flesh and Bone though. But um, we get 5 songs with him on here. We got the Wishbone solo track. We got the Busy Bone solo track with Majesty, 7 Sign. I thought it was though. I think the production again was great. I mean, we had songs like Let the Law In, and All Original, and of course Thug Love with Tupac. That was like the biggest collab on this album.
Right.
And I think it was good. I think it was solid. My favorites on here would be All Original, Thug Love, Blaze It. I love that interlude with Crazy Bone. Evil Paradise. That's a track that I didn't like 20 something years ago, but I it's grown on me now. I definitely feel like it was a solid track. I like that. Friends. I like that Ode to Houdini. I like that he did that. Just a great second half of the album, and it's a classic to me. Like even with the Wishbone song, but I didn't care for. I think Wishbone could have had a better solo track. But even with that, that's like nitpicking. 'Cause I know there's people that love that song, but besides that solo track, I think it's a great second half of the album, and I feel like altogether this whole album is a classic double album. It's an album that when we talk about albums, we don't hear when it comes to All Eyes on Me or Wu-Tang Forever or Life After Death. I think this is right up there with any of those double albums, and um. I've always felt like it was a classic. It's my favorite Bone Thugs album, even though I grew up with both E99 and this album. But I feel like it is my favorite Bone album, and a classic double album, and I'm glad that we were able to discuss it. I feel like nobody discusses this album. You know what I'm saying? So I think they killed it, and I'm glad that the way that they set it up, where each member had their own solo track, so it didn't feel like like with Outkast when they had their double album, it didn't feel like an Outkast album. It felt like it was packaged as an Outkast group album. But both
Right.
both discs were like solo albums, and Bone didn't do that. It was like a whole group album, but they had each member have their own solo track. I like the way that they did that, and that's something Outkast should have done for their double album. But that's neither here or there. I feel like this is a great double album, and I definitely give it 5 months.
Yeah, very, very dope double album. Like I have a lot more good things to say about this album now that I haven't fully listened to it.
Hmm.
I felt like they were all on a zenth with this album and shit like that, especially like Busy and
Right,
Crazy, who just stood out to me in my opinion. Even DJ U-Neek's production
right.
too, what really set this shit off in motion. So I definitely have a lot of love for this fucking album. I'm gonna bite the dust and give this a 5 mics too and shit like
Right.
that.
Hating
Very
Nation, yeah. Hating Nation was my favorite. I forgot about Hating Nation. Hating Nation was definitely
um
solid track.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's all we got down for the Bone Thugs.
Um. Big Freezy said the Outkast joint was definitely a Dungeon Family album. I mean, I didn't really. I mean, I see the thing with the Outkast album. It was packaged to everybody as an Outkast project, but it really wasn't. It was their solo albums together as one in one package. And I prefer Love Below over Speaker Box anyway. I think Love Below is a classic album. Speaker Box has some joints, but it's not like when it comes to big boy albums. My favorite is so Lucius Left Foot. That's my favorite big boy album. I think he's a great solo artist as well. That he doesn't get a lot of respect as a solo artist. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, talks about Andre, but they forget about Big Boy. And Big Boy is the one with the discography. He has more out there than Andre. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem with that double album because I like one half than the other one. With this album, it's a real double album, but Bone was clever enough to put each member have a solo track on the double album because if you have like 28 tracks on here, you're gonna have more than enough time to have like a solo track for each member, or like maybe you pair up Busy and Lazy together, or you pair up Crazy and Rich together. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So they had a lot to play with on this album. So I definitely feel like it's a better double album than Outkast.
Yeah, I definitely feel you on Speaker Box level up because while I do like the album,
Right,
I definitely feel like it does get its overratedness a little bit,
right.
but not like in a bad way and shit like that. I
And
just like,
and I remember reading like when they doing this album, like the pair up with Busy and Lazy. That's what led to them doing the Bone Brothers album together, because they just had like that chemistry on certain tracks together that they just ended up doing a whole album together. Later on. So it came from this album. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's dope. You know what I'm saying?
oh wow,
Favorite member of Bone, Ronnie asks. I like Lazy. I like Crazy. I think Crazy is it was like one of the stars of this album because he was featured on a lot of like he had like a lot of solo stuff. Like the interludes were like basically him, and like the choruses were like him a lot. I think he was like the main star of this album as well as Lazy and Busy. But I love Busy as well and Lazy. Like Busy killed this album like on tracks like Seven Sign and You Ain't Bone. You know what I'm saying? And like he did his thing. Like he's always been one of the my favorites of Bones.
yeah, I definitely see what you're saying and shit like that.
Um Hustle Hard 24/7. What's up? Salute to you.
Shit. So did you see the Beef episode last night?
Huh?
You saw the Richard Pryor episode last night, right?
Yes, I did. That was a good salute to you for if you haven't seen Reg's beef series, go his page and check out this beef series. He's been doing like different topics on like people people in the industry that have beef, like Richard Pryor. He did what was the one what was the one you did before?
Biggie's Life After Death album.
Right, Biggie Life with Death. He's been doing like a whole beef series and the history of how those beefs culminated and shout out to him for that because that's something that takes a long time to like just to get the information to do and then to do the video. And salute to you for that, man. Like I said, you're the hardest working man on YouTube, man.
Yo, appreciate it,
You know
appreciate
what I
it.
mean?
Yeah, man. I definitely try to do my best to keep this channel updated. I know tomorrow we got to do the Kiss of Death
Yes,
review.
yes. We're doing JD Kiss of Death tomorrow 3 p.m. on Reg's channel. Follow his channel if you're not subscribed yet. We're doing that. Can't wait.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people voted on us doing the Mary album for Mary J. Blige, which I'll probably do that August sometime.
Yeah, yeah. That was a dope album too.
Yeah, I never heard the album in a while, so I gotta be listening to that shit. So I never thought that would be the first album by Mary J. Blige I would end up reviewing with. Fuck it.
Right. No, I don't. We talked about that, Freezy. Migos is nowhere in the same league as Bone. I think the comparison comes from being that this generation don't know who Bone Thugs is. So when you grow up on Migos and then you go back and hear Bone, you're gonna think, oh well, Bone is copying Migos. It's the other way around. I don't think it's even a comparison. I don't think Migos could pull off a double album like Audible.
Hell, they can't even. Hell, Culture 2 sucks compared to Culture 1, if you ask me.
You know what I mean? Their style and Bone Thugs style is different. There was no mumble rap back in 1997. There was no trap music back in 97. That's a whole different thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the way Bone, like I said, it was very hard. Out of any review that we've done, this has been the hardest one I've done to try to recite lines of like five members that they can switch their flow at any point. They literally can switch up at any second, and then they to throw in that they got the harmonizing as well. It's like I ain't no singer. I'm not Drake, so I can't. I'm gonna sound off beat trying to harmonize different choruses and shit that they were doing. So it's hard. I I can see why people don't do a lot of Bone Thug reviews because it's hard to do, especially if you want to quote what they saying on a lot of these songs. So you know,
Mm-hmm.
nah, Migos saying, but it's like the young. This is why we here to inform the young generation of who Bone Thugs is, so that they can know their history that Bone came before Migos, not the other way around. You know what I'm saying?
For
So
real.
they're gonna feel like that. You know what I mean? But that's why we're here because if we didn't do shit like this, who else is gonna do it? I've only seen one other review for Art of War. You know what I'm saying? He was it was like some dude that it was like 22 minutes long. That's it. You know what
22.
I'm saying? He didn't do like a track by track review. Yeah, that it was only one other review on YouTube that talked about this album. Nobody else talked about it.
Yeah,
I
because
can
like I
send you I
said,
can send you the link. I can send you the link because it's 22 minutes long and he just talked about like the backstory behind them making the album. He didn't go track by track or what songs he liked, none of that. So
what that's like two things I want to say.
yeah,
For one, everyone like I love E1999 Eternal. Like, don't
right.
get me wrong, that's album. But hell, niggas don't even talk about Creeping on a Come Up,
Nope.
or hell, even the Resurrection album, which has some dope joints, by the way,
Yeah,
too.
definitely. I agree. It did.
But it's like E99, E1999, which like again, like even hella nigga even try to duplicate, make that album
Right.
again. Like,
Right.
and then regarding like YouTube reviewers, there's some motherfuckers in YouTube. I'm not gonna put their names out there, but they'll just talk about the making of the album. Or I call them Wikipedia
Right.
reviewers. Shit, they get the information from
See that?
Wikipedia.
See, see for me is like my Wikipedia is up here. Okay, there was no Wikipedia, no Google, none of that shit. There was no internet back in the 90s. So what we had for information was word of mouth, and when you went to school or your job or whatever, and your friends talked about that new album or new single that dropped that time. You know what I'm saying? And we had the hip hop publications like the Source magazine and Rap Pages. We had Vibe magazine. That was our information. You know what I'm saying? We had no internet. So all of those albums I know in my head because I was there. I was in the building for these albums. I bought these albums. A lot of them I bought the day that they dropped. So I remember. I don't need to go to Wikipedia and Google and look up shit. That's just for like the tidbits that people that want to know. Like if you want to know why Tamika Wright, you said something about Tamika Wright had switched around a lot of.
Oh yeah,
Like I
yeah,
don't know that shit because like back then when this album came out, there was no internet, so I wasn't thinking about Tamika Wright and what she was doing with the album. I just wanted to hear the double album from Bone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all that Wikipedia shit is like that's something new for this generation. We didn't have that back then. So
yeah.
it's
Like,
like when an album come out, tomorrow's the anniversary for Cuban Link. Why do I know this? Because I bought it the same day it came out. So I don't need to go to Wikipedia and look up a release date. You feel me?
mm-hmm.
My Wikipedia is my brain. I remember everything. So it's like that's just how it like those are memories. Like you can remember if you're like from an older generation, you can remember what first vinyl you bought or what first cassette you bought or what my first CD I bought ever was Mama Said Knock You Out. That was 1990. I still have that album. So I don't need to go to Wikipedia and look up all that stuff because I know it. You know what I'm saying? Not I'm not saying it's a bad thing because sometimes you may forget, you may want to go to Wikipedia and all that to look up, but I don't need it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference with this generation and the old school generation.
Yeah, man, I definitely feel you. And I didn't even mention a lot about the whole Tamika Wright situation too,
Right,
because I think around that time too, Above the Law left Ruthless Records because of her too.
right.
Because yeah, man, because she didn't want like Ruthless to be the gangster rap label that Easy E made and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But still, it's just like, girl, get off yourself.
Um, Big Feezy asks, where do we rank Bone Thugs all time? I think Bone Thugs, as far as groups, they definitely in the top 10 for me. Because like I said, like New York was like when First of the Month dropped over here, like we were big on that. Like they played that on Hot 97. I saw the video every day on Rap City. That made me, buy E99 Tunnel. Like that was a big record over here. Like we supported them. You know what I'm saying? There was a concert that I went to see and they were on the bill and they got kicked off of that tour. You know what I'm saying? They got replaced by Mary J. Blige, but I wanted to see Bone Thugs live in concert because that they were one of my favorites. You know what I'm saying? And they definitely are legends. They definitely should be in the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? They put Cleveland on the map. Before them, I didn't hear of nobody from Cleveland as far as music. Like as far as sports, I knew like Kenny Lofton. He played for the Indians. I knew of Jim Brown because he played for the Browns back in the day. But before then, there was no LeBron. LeBron wasn't even around at that time. You know what I'm saying? There was no Avant or anybody else. Like Bone put Cleveland on the map. So they definitely are legends in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. Hell, I know people who put Bow Wow with Bone Thugs too when it comes to Cleveland and shit.
Stop trolling? What you mean stop trolling? I'm talking facts. Like, you know what I'm saying? Before them, I didn't know of anybody from Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? Like there was nobody. And the fact that they came from Cleveland and they were successful says a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like they opened the door for anybody now to come out of Cleveland. So and that's not just them. It's a lot of cats from, the South or Midwest that, they opened the lane for everybody. Look at Drake. Drake came from another country, came from Toronto and opened up that whole music scene for cats like The Weeknd and Party Next Door. You know what I'm saying? And other cats like that. So it's like, they Bone definitely did their thing. They definitely top 10 in my opinion.
Hmm. Yeah, I would put them
Wu-Tang
like.
Forever.
You said
I
what?
love Wu-Tang Forever. Wu-Tang Forever is a classic. I feel like with All the War, they don't mention that album with Wu-Tang Forever or with, Life After Death or All Eyes on Me. You know what I'm saying? And I think for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I feel like that album, All the War, can definitely compete with any of those double CDs.
Yeah, man. Like Art of War, definitely. It's a fucking classic album, man.
Bone Thugs or Wu-Tang. I gotta go with Wu, but Bone Thugs definitely is a great group. I have about like maybe four of their albums. So I want to get the solos. I don't have none of their solo albums, but they definitely legendary group. Bone. You was answering what Ronnie said. Ronnie said Rough Riders Chronicles coming in August. What? That's another thing. Because what are they talking about? Because I have a Rough Riders documentary from like 2001, and they showed like they went back to Yonkers and they showed like the where Swiss Beats started doing beats on his Casio keyboard and where he used to live when he was young. So what is the Rough Riders Chronicles gonna cover that the documentary didn't cover?
Shit, I guess the same thing, except more in depth about it, if you ask me.
I also got the Bone Thugs video collection. I got that on DVD as well, and it has like all their videos and stuff.
One thing I really want to get, I want to get the Onyx concert documentary or some junk like that.
Right.
I do want to get that one.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's on. I think it's on YouTube too.
I gotta check that. Who's watching No Limit Chronicles? I might watch it. I wasn't big on No Limit. Like I only like the Snoop Dogg stuff and I like some of the C Murder stuff. But I wasn't big on like Master P and stuff.
Shit, I already got that recorded. I'm gonna watch that later on tonight.
Yeah. He saw Wacker. Salute to you.
I'm probably gonna stay till about 10 o'clock anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, so I was thinking of some shits the other
What's up?
day. So for this whole Motown month and shit like that, I was thinking about doing like a 30 days of Motown shit on September where I just the every day in September just talk about something Motown related for like 5-6 minutes or some shit.
Uh,
Like it can be like albums, songs, producers, moments.
that
Like
would be. Oh yeah, I remember you was telling me about that. So, but Reg is officially making his return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we're doing Jadakiss Kiss of Death album review. So subscribe to his channel. It's gonna be on his channel. Looking forward to that. Big Freezy said. So I'm gonna say this, and I ain't trolling. I think Life After Death is a tad bit poppy. I think the 10 Crack Commandments and Notorious Thug saved the album.
to an extent, I agree,
Uh,
but at the same time, there's more shit on that album. Like Niggas Bleed, Long
right.
Kiss Goodnight, Sky's the Limit. I mean, is it
Well,
poppy? Yeah.
I think you know what it is. I think Big was living his life. I think Big he became successful and he was living what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like after Life After Death, he got rich. He was
Right.
living out that playing out his life on wax. You know what I'm saying? Then he had the big beef with Pac that became a coastal thing, and and so I think I don't think it was Pop. I mean, well, he's on Bad Boy, so Puffy had a hand in that. You know what I'm saying? But he do have his street joints. He had Niggas Bleed. He had What's Beef. Kicking the Door. One of my favorite album songs on there. And I feel like Long Kiss Goodnight. I feel like it was it's a classic album. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing bad to say about it. I mean, if people feel like it's poppy, then that's cool. But I mean, he was on Bad Boy, so everybody on that label was coming. But they Puffy's imprint was on it, whether it was Big or Mace or 112, Faith Evans. They had that. They're gonna have that Puffy stamp of approval on it. So Sam
Exactly.
Sam asks, have you listened to Here to Save Your Phone? I heard the Chino
Ooh.
album years ago. I need to go back and revisit it though.
Yo, the album is official, man.
Yeah.
He never made a doper album than that. I'm sorry.
He's coming out with a new album. I forgot the producer he's doing it with. I think it's Battle Cat. He's doing a
Uh,
new album with somebody. Cause I saw it on his story like maybe 2 weeks ago.
oh shit, that's what's up.
Yeah, but he's coming out with something new.
Shit.
Stevie Wonder should battle Smokey Robinson.
As long as Smokey don't come with
I
that
mean,
gang banging song, I'm good.
I'd rather see that than Ross and 2 Chainz. I don't think 2 Chainz got anything for Ross, man. I think that's gonna be an easy victory for Ross.
That's gonna be an interesting one. I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna be an interesting one.
And the thing is, I've heard 2 Chainz on other people's shit, and he sound better on other people's albums than his own. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he got anything that's fucking with Teflon Don. I think Teflon Don alone, any of those songs on there will wipe out any shit 2 Chainz got. I don't think 2 Chainz fuck with Ross.
Hmm.
You
Shit,
know?
I'd rather have Ross and Lil Wayne if you ask me, but I'm not mad about the 2 Chainz
I,
either.
I, I thought it should have been Ross and T.I. You know what I'm saying? I think that would have been a better matchup, but T.I. is obsessed with 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why not T.I. and Ross? That's a better matchup. Why you 2 Chainz is like that's a step below, man. You know what I'm saying? I think Ross is gonna watch him.
No, what's a step below is this whole Ashanti and Keisha Cole
That
versus.
one I don't care for either because I don't. I like some Keisha Cole songs. I wasn't big on Keisha Cole. I don't care for Ashanti. So
Hey, Big Freezy, what do you think about the Player Hater song? I'm curious right now.
right. I never cared for that song. I felt like it was like a fun
Player
thing. Yeah, I
Hater.
didn't I didn't take it seriously like that.
I don't give a fuck. That sounds classic, yo. Especially when Puppy hit that Player Hater.
Right.
When Puppy hit that falsetto, watch out.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like I just took it like it was a joke. Like I didn't take the
Oh
song seriously.
shit. Hell, man, like. But for them, I think for them to redo that Delphonic song, that it's original, but at the same time, it's just like I don't think it's album worthy.
Right. I agree.
Shit. Um. Now, fucking Mace's Harlem World. That's a that's a dope album, but that does have its pop elements too and shit too.
Yeah, but I prefer that compared to Double Up or that Welcome Back
Oh, of
garbage.
course.
Harlem World's a classic compared to those other two albums.
Yo, after the review on Harlem World, I definitely want to do a review on Double Up and shit. Cause it's been a year
Right.
since I've heard that shit.
That has to be a trash review because you're not gonna get nothing higher from me than a one. That album. That
Yo,
album is bad,
shit, this nigga looks like fucking TD Jakes in the fucking covers.
bad. You know what I mean?
Oh shit. Oh
You
my
know,
god, this is so fucking
yeah.
cringe. Oh my god.
So
Shit.
Freezy, you
Actually,
just have a
all
problem with all the poppy stuff on Bad Boy. I'm guessing. I mean, it was Bad Boy. I mean, that was the difference between Death Row and Bad Boy. You had the gangster shit, and then you had the pop shit. So
shit.
you know, what I mean?
Shit. Imagine what he thinks about fucking No Way Out though. Fuck.
Wait, what do you think about No Way Out, Freezy?
Shit. No, that Black album was the worst album I've ever reviewed.
That Black album was bad.
The Black one
That,
and the Lil Zane album.
I didn't see. I wasn't there for the Lil Zane album. The Black album was bad, and I had that too. That went in the garbage. That was bad. But an R&B album with that, I don't think I've ever got rid of an R&B album except for that one.
There was one R&B album that was horrible. I forgot. Oh, Tisha Campbell's fucking
Oh,
album. That was freaking doo doo, man.
I didn't hear that one. Thank God.
Like I remember that review I did with both Jasmine Guy's album and Tisha Campbell's. Like
Wow.
Jasmine Guy's album wasn't that good either, but it's Full Force saved the album to me and shit. But they got Tisha sounding like Whitney Houston. Fucking.
I love No Way Out too, but No Way Out was good because of the features. It wasn't good because of Puffy. You know, the features. You had like Foxy and Kim and the Locks and Twister, Genuine, Buster. That's a great album because of the features I was on there, not because of Puffy. We did a review on that, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I'll be forgetting what we did so many reviews. I'll be forgetting what we did on that.
yeah, man.
I mean,
I'm about to make another poll tonight and shit too. So
the shiny suit ever. I mean, it was what it was. Like that never bothered me. I mean, like even through that, we still got some solid albums. You know what I'm saying? So you know,
it's just
I
one
think
other.
it was bound to happen because like rap was just getting so corporate and huge at the time. It was gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, I guess when other like underground MCs started using the Bad Boy formula, like the Boot Camp clip, that was when it
Right,
was a problem.
right,
Hell, even what's up, Mike Geronimo? Y'all remember that shit?
right, exactly. And Puffy ruined that album too. This is what I mean. Like every album that he touched, he messed up. Like
Well,
he's the one. Well, he's the one that told. I mean, so this came from Mike Geronimo's mouth. He supposedly said Puffy told him not to do that song,
yeah.
and he still went ahead and did it. But Puffy allowed him to do it. You should have said no. This is for LL. This is not for you. You're not LL. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
oh
And he
shit.
still went ahead and do it. He could have stopped him from doing that album, from even making the album. Put something else in place of that. You
Everybody
know.
try to be like Mike. Everybody try to be like.
But the whole point is you go from Master IC to Nothing More But the Money. So like you allowed Puffy to ruin your album. You can't blame anybody else, the record label or the fans. Like he hear it from the fans for these years. Like he know it was messed up. You allowed Puffy to mess that album. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's like if you come from the under, we talked about this the other day. Like Wale and Lupe Fiasco, those type of artists. Like if you come from that backpack crowd or the underground and you trying to do something like Nothing Move But the Money, it's not gonna work. Everybody can't be Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't work for him. That's why he didn't drop nothing after that. You know what I'm saying? People like, oh, where's Mike Geronimo? Mike Geronimo still hearing it 20 years later about that album. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Ronnie asks Illmatic or Enter the Wu Tang. You would have to ask me a question like that on Wu Wednesday. I'm not answering that. It's Wu Wednesday. I refuse to answer that question. Ask me that tomorrow.
Shit, I'm gonna go
Them-
with Illmatic today.
I heard that Little C's album one time and it wasn't memorable to me.
I never even heard that shit.
I heard it that, but it wasn't nothing. It's nothing that stand out on there.
The album cover, man. It's like, Caesar, what the fuck you doing? You ever heard the second Junior Mafia album?
Nope. After Conspiracy, I ain't hear nothing else. You know.
Yeah, no Kim, no Biggie, no nothing.
Yeah, Helter Skelter is dope. They were underrated, definitely. Nocturnal is a classic album. That's one of my favorites from Duck Down.
Place to be on my side. Ooh,
Yeah, that was
fucking
that was a classic. The Wiggy and Operation Lockdown and La Fleur La Fly, classic joints. Let the brains blow, fire joint.
let the madness begin, nigga. Oh man, that
Oh,
fucking Nocturnal, man. It's like a fucking
yeah,
dope album. But yeah, hey yo, listen, I'm about to let my webcam charge up and get these notes ready
yeah.
for tomorrow and shit. So this was very fun,
All right,
very needed today and shit like that.
Freezy, you want to jump on, or you busy? Maybe you could get Freezy on here for a couple minutes.
Freezy?
Yeah, Big Freezy.
Sure.
He from
Sure.
the front stoop, so salute to the front stoop. If you're busy, I'll just end. I'll just end it now. But if you're available, you could come on here with me. You know,
Shit.
my favorite member have the sculptor Sean P. Of course, that's a no brainer. You know what I'm saying? So Sean Price kept boot camp afloat during the 2000s and 2010s. So I definitely think he's like one of the best solo artists ever. I I'll stay on. I'll stay on. Big Freezy will come on, so I'll stay on. Remember, right? We doing Jada Kiss of Death tomorrow at 3 p.m. on Reg's channel. If you ain't following his channel, follow, subscribe, comment, all that.
True, true. All right,
Is,
try.
is, is Ashley joining us or no?
For the Jada Kiss one,
Yeah.
I can ask her. I can ask her and shit like that. Cause I already got a review I was gonna save for all three of us and shit.
Okay. That's what's up.
Cause she's been kind of busy lately too. But I'll ask her.
Yeah, I know. True, true. All right.
Yo, all right, y'all. I might hit you up later on and shit.
All right, bro.
All right, peace. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah. My favorite is Rock. Yeah, Rock was dope. I don't Rock don't got no great solo albums though. You don't got like a nothing that's like a Monkey Boys type of album or nothing, you know what I mean? But he's always been a dope lyricist. Sean Price, definitely. King, what's good, yo? We gotta get you on here at some point. You and Walker. Sean Price definitely. He was. They had like so many like skits and like funny skits I've seen him doing like the whole boot camp and like he'd be out in the street and doing like a prank or whatever. Definitely gonna miss him, man. Yeah, y'all gotta come on here at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like I love people come on here, so you can just chop it up with us or whatever. Waiting for Big Feezy to get on here so you could chop it up with me for like a couple of minutes. Juice or Above the Rim. I love Juice. I think Above the Rim was cool. Both soundtracks were classic. I think I grew up with Juice more though. Like Juice, I was like in junior high when that came out, and like it still captures like the when New York was like cold, we had like those cold winters in the '90s, and you know um Pac playing Bishop. I think he should have gotten a Oscar for that because he nailed it. Like he was the movie. Like without Pac, that wouldn't be a classic film. I think Coogee Rap is a godfather. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't dispute that. Definitely one of the godfathers in general of rap. With Rakim and Kane and KRS One, Chuck D. You know, yeah, Juice definitely is. The soundtrack is classic. That movie is classic. You know, Uh, I need to send an invite to Freezy. I almost forgot it. Uh, Um, trying to send this invite to Freezy right now. I sent you the link. Just check your email, Freezy. Thug Love is in my top 3. Yeah, I love Thug Love. That's a classic. Better discography, Def Jam or Motown? I think for me it would be Def Jam because I grew up on Def Jam. We have to ask Reggie. Reggie probably say Motown. He knows a lot more than Motown stuff than me. MOP, Firing Squad, or Nocturnal. For me, I would pick Nocturnal because that to me is Helter Skelter's best album. Eric, what up? Firing Squad is a classic though. That's one of MOP's best albums too. Yo, Freezy, just check your email and click on the link because you don't need to sign in. You can just be a guest. There he is.
What's up, fam?
Yo, what's good?
Hey, what it is, brethren?
Chilling, man. What's up with you?
Hey, man, y'all conversation was crazy.
Yeah. I know. Yo, it was so hard to do. Yo, you don't know how hard it was to do a Bone Thugs album because of their different delivery and flows.
Right.
It was hard to like write out their. I mean, cause like when you see it on paper, it's easy to read, but to actually recite it the way that they do it is totally hard.
Right.
And I had like a hard time with this album review.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what though? That's a testament to their originality, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, because a lot of artists have probably similar style and flow, and then there's certain nuances and intricacies that set them apart. Kind of like what you said about Mike, and then in that same kind of vein, there's a Nas. Mike ain't Nas. You know what I'm saying? Mike is not Nas. You know what I'm saying? But then again, but at the same time, when you have a Bone Thugs and Harmony, where you have like so many different personalities within the group, because you got pimping players, you got dudes that are close to God but struggle with that relationship. So you hear it in their vocals, their choruses and stuff. You know, like on that joint the Crossroads. You know what I'm saying? You can hear kind of how you know what I'm saying, kind of like that kind of like that relationship with DMX and God, where you want there's one person want to do the right thing, but they struggle with getting there, like that fallen angel type thing. So yeah, man. So you got
it was hard, like, you know what I'm saying, and we never covered Bone Thugs, like we never talked about any of their albums. We might have mentioned them once, but like to actually do like a whole album and it's a double album, it was like difficult to recite some of their bars, and then I was like trying to like sing out some of their choruses too, because they were always great at singing their choruses, and I was like trying to sing. I'm like, yo, I'm not Drake, yo, so I'm gonna sound off beat. You know what I'm saying? That was hard to do, and but you know, it's an album that I wanted to cover. Today's the anniversary for the album. It's 22 years, and it's my favorite. Was one of my favorite Bone Thugs albums. You know, because I grew up with E99 when I was in high school, and then with this album, I was like in my early 20s when this came out. So both of those albums I hold dear to me. You know what I'm saying? I think they're like their best albums, but it was difficult to do. I didn't know how I was gonna approach like doing the album review. So
right, yo, and then plus they came out at a time where it wasn't really cool to listen to dudes like that. You know what I mean? Because even Eazy-E, who had some joint, you remember Compton City G's?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So even in that vein where he was like tapping into them to produce or contribute some to him, trying to make a comeback or whatever, you know, you still was like, yo, but that's Eazy-E and I know him. You know what I'm saying? But these dudes here, I'm not sure. And then at the same time, you got like this summer of flavor in your ear on American Bandstand, bro. Come on, man. American Bandstand, Craig Mack on American Bandstand. Do you know how far hip hop had to come in order for them to be? You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So you got like that summer. You got Big out that summer. You got Nas. You got everybody coming out during that time.
I'm glad you mentioned that because like I remember I had asked you about doing this whole special thing on here next week,
Right.
It's gonna be regarding the best albums of '94, and that's what I had in mind. I had like Ready to Die, Illmatic, Bone, people on the come up, and because '94 was a great year for hip hop. There's a lot of classics that came out that year, and I'm like, well, why not do it?
Man.
Right,
Oh
Warren G first album. I was a big Warren G head, and why not do it for that year? So I'm glad. Hopefully we could get you and Guillermo back on for that.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
And something that's never been done on here.
I'm with it, man. Whatever you got going on, man. If I can find a way to put it in the schedule, I'm coming.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
You know what I'm saying? Because truth be told, we don't show enough real love to hip hop. Like, so we don't show enough real love for like the individual projects and what went into like what was their line of thinking when they wanted to do, what I'm saying? Like what was Big thinking when he was, making Ready to Die? Was he thinking that he was going to do a bunch of Shiny Suit songs, Shiny Suit era songs? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? And then what was Puff thinking? Was Puff thinking that, can this prodigy pull this off? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, these because Big was, man.
Puff was spending his money. He was thinking about the dollar signs, and I think he knew that he had something special with Big.
Yeah, I think it was that, and I also think he was desperate. He, when you first start a record label, you can't come out the box failing. You can't fail straight out the box. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? You got to come out because like you got to do this thing like your livelihood is dependent on it, and that's kind of what they did. And I knock Big's album some, but but I don't knock it like if there was a lack of talent. I'm not saying that. I hope people don't take the Shiny Suit era reference as one that I don't like them. You know what I'm saying? It's just, when you look at that More Money, More Problems video, it basically sum up the early life of Bad Boy. You know what I'm saying? Big face watches.
But see, the thing at that point, like rap was already like a $1 billion industry. So it was like as an artist coming out, I feel like they knew how to do it. Like you have to have your radio joints and then you got your album cuts. And I feel like Big knew how to balance both. Whereas with Nas, when Illmatic came out, it wasn't commercial enough. And that's why it didn't sell until you have to go back and switch his whole style up for it was written. And that's when his soul and you know what I'm saying? I just feel like you have to, as an artist, like even now, you have to know the balance. Like with Griselda do it to like Westside does it well where he balances both underground and mainstream and not stray away too far from the Griselda sound. I think if that should happen, he's gonna alienate a lot of his fans. You know what I'm saying? So he knows how to balance it. That's how you got to do it. Like you can't go too mainstream, but you can't be too underground at the same time.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but I think the only difference is that you don't necessarily need the media giant to help push your records like you did, back when Puffy was coming out. Like you didn't need, so now you don't need the help of a media empire, somebody like a Viacom behind the scenes pushing your stuff to make everybody some money. You know what I'm saying? Right. Nowadays you can probably do it with less corporate interaction, but that's not always good. You know what I'm saying? Because some stuff, because the corporate giant, say like I'll give you an example. Right? Michael Jordan came out. Right? There was dope sneakers on the market before Air Jordans. Right? People don't remember that. They just think Air Jordans came out and then the sneaker game started. Yeah. But sneakers was dope back then, but bruh, when Nike put all their money and the NBA put all their money behind Michael Jordan, you couldn't keep Jordans on the shelf. So sometimes you need that, you know what I'm saying, that media, that big giant, giving you the push.
And that's what I mean. Like Griselda signed with Interscope. Interscope is about their money. That's still a major at the end of the day. So my whole thing was, why are you signing with a major when they were already selling out in the indie? So what is Interscope doing for them? That's what I want to like. Is it for distribution, like, or is it to get them to become household names? Because I don't feel like, I mean, if they're going for that, then that means they're gonna cross over at some point. They're gonna do songs with artists that maybe their fan base don't want them to do songs with,
Right.
Like a Megan Thee Stallion or Travis Scott.
Right.
It's like if you're killing it indie, why would you sign to a major? Like, what purpose do you have to be with a major other than going mainstream?
I think the sole reason is not, that they need them for success in the moment. I think they need them for sustainability long term, like
Right.
to make sure that the waters are always calm. You know what I'm saying? Because artists go through these things where sometimes the waters get choppy, and sometimes the artists can survive, and sometimes they can't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I give you an example, like a Big Daddy Kane, right?
Oh,
So
God.
Big Daddy Kane, I ain't
Kane
just
slander have to stop, yo.
No, I'm just saying.
Kane is a legend. Look, Kane is a legend. He's a godfather of rap with Rakim and KRS One. I know, I get it. Yes, he had some bad albums, but he is a legend. Like,
no, but I'm using him as an example. Like when the waters get choppy, like when the dude wanted to make a career turn on a dime, the record company should have came to him and said, "Hey, man, don't risk ruining your core, messing up your core audience. If you want to expand, let us expand slowly together, and then we can get there eventually, as opposed to going there right away. Like, because you did a photo shoot in May, now in July when it's time to do your album, you want to, revert to that. A strong record company would have been like, no, do what you've been doing. We got you some of the, man, because in 1991, Teddy Riley was the most popular producer in the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he did joints with Big Daddy Kane. He did I Get the Job Done. To me, that it wasn't the dopest song I ever heard, but you can tell Teddy Riley put his thing in there. You know what I'm saying? Because like when you listen to it, you like, this ain't all the requisite parts aren't dope, but when you put it all together, I guess you know what I'm saying, it's dope. When you put a dope MC with an R&B beat and a super producer, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if so I use Kane as the example, and I think that might be the same thing with Griselda, not to mess up the formula, but to make sure the formula can sustain over the course of time.
I mean, I get, but I feel like if they don't sell a certain type of number, like they're on a major, like, you know what I'm saying, like Interscope is gonna want to see numbers, right? If Conway album come out and it flops, what does that mean for them being on that label?
Hey,
I mean, they pushed back the Conway album so many times already.
Yeah, man. So the thing about it is, hey, he can't flop because they invested in him because they felt like, or they invested, in the group because they felt like, these cats can't fail during this time because, their following is too heavy. But if you come out with some trash and it flop, I mean, we all gonna say, that was whack. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, the record company included, like, they're gonna be like, yo, we try to give you some input and you ain't want to take it. Now your album whack. I mean, what do you want us to do?
Exactly.
So yeah, so the thing with Griselda is fascinating. It's man, you could probably talk about this for hours, like breaking down like the individual pieces, you know what I'm saying, of each artist and what they bring together. And then when you talk about the collabo of different members, coming together and what their music means to listeners today and its relevance in hip hop as a whole. Because people other artists gravitating towards them. They giving them props at every turn. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is respecting them right now. You know what I mean? So
they're dropping solid music, and it's great that they're from like the New York area, and they're bringing back that sound that we used to have. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like all crazy about, like, I love Griselda, but I'm not like a fiend for everything that they drop. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. I'll listen to them. I know what they're gonna bring.
I'm gonna ask you this because you my dog, and I know you're gonna be honest. What would you prefer though? Would you prefer Griselda or Shaq West and Designer? They from New York.
Griselda.
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly.
No, I'm saying like, but I think the whole Griselda craze, people forgot that there's other artists out here that's dope. Nobody's mentioning Shay Lord. Nobody's mentioning Flea Lord. You know what I'm saying? Or Rome Streets. You know, Stove God Cooks. There's so many dope artists that's out there besides Westside Gun and Conway and Benny. I think people forgot about everybody else because it's all about Griselda, and I feel like that's what I don't want to like talk all about Griselda. Like we know what they doing. Salute to them, but there's other dope artists out here as well. That's just my point. It's like if this was the '90s and it was all about Wu-Tang, but there's other dope artists out there as well besides Wu-Tang. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, man.
You know, people forget about that.
Yeah, it was a bunch of so during that, and I'm gonna get back to what's relevant to your point, but during the Wu-Tang era, man, there were so many dope artists coming out, man. Like groups would come out and make an iconic hit and then disappear. Like people forget about Fushnikins, right? They forget about Souls of Mischief. They forget about the Far Side. Like all these groups that came out during the Wu-Tang era, right? But these groups dropped songs that, you know, if you hear them today, you like, yo, that joint is still dope. You know what I'm saying? I was in Fort Polk, Louisiana, and I heard this joint called Ring the Alarm. Right, they was playing. First, the DJ was playing this song, Doodoo Brown. It's like he was playing like all this Miami music, Doodoo Brown, Doodoo Brown, and so he was blending in Ring the Alarm, right? So I'm like, Ring the Alarm, that sound like reggae. You know, what is Ring the Alarm? And so he played the song, and I was like, yo, this is fire right here. Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, yeah. And so when you hear like, you know, your Griseldas, it's still gonna be dope artists putting out iconic music. It's just we gotta recognize that they've done, you know, iconic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like support them, like how you supported Fushnikins back in '92 is not the way you support, say so who's fire right now? Who will be on the fire right now? That's
38 Special, Flea Lord. So
with cats like that, you support them in a different way, like you know, getting on Twitter, liking their stuff, you know, liking their stuff on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, which is more impactful. You know, we didn't know it then, but we bought their albums back then, and we thought we were supporting them big time. Right. What we should have been doing though is going to their shows because that's how the artists get paid, but we didn't know that at the time. You know what I'm saying? We just figured if we buy the album, we supporting the artist. Well, you supporting the company, whoever the label that they signed with, because the artist got what, like 3.5% of all records that were sold. Right. So even if they sold 1 million copies, would they get like $38,000 or something? I mean, they wasn't making no money.
I don't even know like the whole amount they get. Like you mean like like with the albums and stuff?
Yeah, like total sales. Like if they sell 1 million copies, I think they was getting like $38,000.
Well, I know. I always heard like they make their money on the road, like with touring and merchandise and all that. So
right. And so that's what we should have been. But did you know that back then, though?
I didn't know that. Like the numbers to me, I wasn't into that. I was just into the music. Like who was number one on the Billboard. I wasn't into all that. I was just about the music, and if it sounded dope to me, then I was supporting that artist.
Well, and I'll give you an example. Like when I back in the day, like when Run DMC, the Disco 3, Houdini, the Treacherous 3, all of them was coming out, right? I didn't necessarily go to the record store and buy these stuff. And like if I came down south, I would get these stuff from the flea market for like $2. You know what I'm saying? Or dub somebody else's. You know, you remember the old double cassette radio? You can dub whatever. And so I didn't know that these cats weren't getting paid when you did that. Right. So I do that. So when I heard what's the joint? When I heard, I think it was the De La Soul joint, the first De La Soul. 3 Feet High Horizon. Yeah. So when I heard Potholes in My Lawn, I was like, yo, I'm gonna go to the flea market and cop me, and dude was like, man, these dudes gonna be, you know what I'm saying, if you enjoy their music, go pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So I took my money and I bought like in that little 2-year stretch, I bought like all De La Soul joint, all the everything native tongue. I bought it. Slick Rick, all that, man. I bought all of that stuff, supporting artists and stuff like that, because that's what I knew. Like now though, you got to find a way. So if Conway album dope, you know what I'm saying, we got to find a way to support it, make sure he get the opportunity to put out another.
Well, you can like a lot of artists do the artist directing. The problem with that is they take so long to ship out an album. I've heard stories where, you know, people will order a Conway album and he taking their money and he laughing at them, talking shit to them, and he got your money, and you might not get that album, or that album ships out in 3 months. Like I would love to, you know, support Griselda and all those other artists, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm impatient. I don't want to wait 3 months for an album. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you might not get that album at all. It's like your money is gone to that artist on his new chain, and you stuck waiting for an album that ain't coming in the mail. Especially now with this whole COVID thing, it's gonna take even longer.
Right, and you know the irony to that is De La Soul started that. Not started it, but made it popular. I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, because everybody was asking for a De La album, but they was like, "Yo, we not doing doing another major label joint because we got robbed over the course of years from our existing label, and so we finally got our masters from them because we had to fight them in court. We basically had to lose money with the hope that we can make money in the future off the stuff we made in the past." Which, when you hear them say that, you like, dang, that's rough. But the fact that they got their masters and they just told the fans like, hey, if y'all want to get a De La album, we don't have the money for it straight up because we didn't make money with the record company. So we're gonna ask y'all to front us the money, and then we're gonna take the money and make the album and then send it.
Right.
And so we like, yo, so y'all telling me y'all don't have music already? Y'all musicians. You know what I'm saying? Being naive and shit. You know what I'm saying?
But it was like back then, like a regular artist took like 2 years off and then they come back with something. Sometimes it's longer. If it's like Michael Jackson or Madonna, they took longer to come out with something. Now, like we're in a generation where you're being force fed every week. So if Westside drop an album this week, next month he's already looking to drop another one, and I don't feel like that the people have time to digest the project that's out now, because you're already looking forward to the next upcoming project.
You know what? And the irony to that is, cats like Tupac negotiated rights in their contracts where they get like ownership, so they don't need to tour and do all this stuff. They could just make money doing albums. And so Tupac used to do that, like an album like every 10 months. You know what I'm saying? Every 6 months he got something coming out. He featured on something, or he do, you know what I'm saying? Now that artists on the catbird seat, they basically do what they want to do, and which is kind of fair and unfair at the same time. You know what I mean? Right. So, but I mean, things always, at the end of the day, it's a business. So
Eric said, "I hate these fast food ass rappers." It's just like, and I think that's a problem too, because it's like if you have like an artist like Styles P, where he drops a lot of projects, a lot of them are going to get slept on. So it's like, we might not be able to say, oh, well, this Styles P album is a classic because he's already on to his next, collab album with Currency or whoever this time. You know what I mean? So I think that's bad for the music right now.
Right. So you're saying it's watering it down, basically.
Yeah.
Or are we digesting it too fast and not enjoying it?
It's both, because like I like it back when Michael Jackson dropped an album. When he dropped Bad, we knew we wasn't getting another album for like another 3-4 years. So you had time to digest that album.
Right.
It's like now it's like if an artist like her comes out with an album today, 6 months from now she's dropping something else. Or an artist like Party Next Door, they might drop an EP and then drop something. You know what I mean? So I feel like an overabundance is bad. It can be bad, you know what I'm saying? Like for this generation, you know what I'm saying? Because like we might overlook a lot of projects because of the abundance of stuff that's out from that particular artist.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So especially if they're artists that drop like Wale, for instance. Like Wale, I think has been an underrated lyricist. but I don't like the last album I really got hyped for Wale was the Ambition album. That was like his first one on MMG. A lot of the other stuff,
what year was that? What year was
Ambition was, I think that was 2011, 2012, because he got signed in 2011, so that might be like 2012, 2013, but like he's dropped a lot of
2012. You talking about the year he was on everybody feature, like he was featured on everybody's stuff, like 2012, 2013.
I mean, well, he signed to MMG in 2011, but I'm saying like since he's been on there, I don't feel like he's dropped anything classic except for Ambition. Ambition was a solid album. It got slept on. He's dropped a lot of mixtapes and EPs, and I feel like that can be very bad for an artist like him who's come from the backpack, group. You on a label like MMG, and they have like a rich nigga, image to maintain. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like that fit Wale. I feel like, but he's gotten more publicity because of it, but it doesn't mean his music has been better because of it, though.
Right.
So it's like a lot of stuff has been, well, he'll get slept on because he's dropping stuff continuously, like 3-song EPs and all that. Like, I won't even listen to that.
Wow. I understand where you're coming from. So we go. I guess it goes back to like the Griselda thing. Like the music is more far-reaching and probably more sustainable, but you don't know if the quality is there. You know what I'm saying?
Griselda's, the quality is there for Griselda so far. Like I don't. They
just signed that. When did they sign the Interscope though?
I want to say they signed the Interscope last year. I think it was last year.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, before the Interscope deal, like everything they've been dropping from Hall and Nash to now has been solid. The only one project I didn't care for was Lulu, but even Lulu had like 2 or 3 joints that I liked. But they have a flawless discography, but I just feel like I feel like even with them, they rushing out music too fast. They're not giving people time to digest each project. Like Awesome Fly God 2 came out a couple weeks ago, and we already talking about his next project. He's supposed to be dropping a mixtape with DJ Drama. He's coming out with Hitler Wish on Mez 8 for Halloween. He's coming out with the Gun Live album at the end of the year. So it's like people already looking forward to those joints, but what about the joints that he got out now? Pray for Paris and Awesome and Fly God 2.
Right. Well, you know what? They're not performing right now, so there's no touring really. So in this in this era, this stage that we're in, this stitch of time we're in, where it's like quarantines and stuff. I think that may be the best way to go in order to stay relevant. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, being an artist and coming to your city, getting your city hyped up, do the morning show, the morning before the show, getting everybody at work hyped up to come see you. And then that night you come put on for their city. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, I know that's the classic way to do it, but now in this quarantine, man, I think you kind of gotta have to put out music, because now you're not just battling. You're not battling against other people that tour. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, you like, yo, Wale was here last week. So I got to smash, make sure they come out and see me. You know what I'm saying? Because most people were like, yo, I just spent money on a concert last month. I ain't going to spend no more this month. But then they feel compelled to go see it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas now the competition is not touring. It's against cats that's putting out music. And there's millions of cats putting out music. And you ain't want to be, one of them ones that fall off, just because of a pandemic or whatever. So, that's just for this year though. But for previous years, ain't no excuse, like what you said.
Right. So, and so I just feel like overabundance can be bad at times. Like an older artist like Jay-Z don't need to put out nothing. He's not in no rush to put out nothing because he's a legend.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Artists like that, like Jay or Nas, they don't need to be rushing to put out anything. They've already hit legendary status a long time ago. So, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like for an artist of this generation, I feel like, let the fans digest your recent project before you start talking about your next 3 in the next 6 months. I just feel like you're not giving them time. This is the problem. This is why this generation don't really know what a classic is, because when they can sit there and say, oh well, I think Kendrick Damn is a classic, Do you even know what a classic is? Have you even lived long enough to know what a classic album is?
What a classic album is.
You know what I'm
Great.
saying? Like I'm. You know what I'm saying? Is like, if you say "Damn" is a classic, are you ready to put that album up against the great classic albums like "Wanted Dead or Alive" or "Mama Said Knock You Out" or "Illmatic" or "Doggy Style"? That's just this is the problem when that conversation comes up because of all the force feeding music that we get. It's like people are ready to call everything a classic, and a lot of it ain't.
Right. So part of the problem is that we have a junkyard full of trash, and every
Not
now
not
and then,
not necessarily trash. We have a junkyard full of solid albums, and that's where it ends. At least for me, because coming from the era we come from, we know what a classic when we hear it.
right?
And I feel like a lot of I want to say like 90% of these albums that come out ain't gonna be classic worthy in 20 years. You know
No,
what
yeah,
I'm saying?
that's my point. That was the point
Right,
I was getting at. Like so you have like this big, so you have like a junkyard full of trash, and I'm just saying
right,
it just as an example.
right.
Junkyard full of trash, right? And then like every day or so, you come across something that's good, right?
Right.
But since you've been looking at trash for so long, that joint that was just good, you like, oh, this is classic. No,
Right.
it ain't classic. It's just
But
good.
even like with Westside, like I may think Westside has a solid discography, but there's only maybe two albums that I feel like is classic. Like Supreme Blind Intel is my favorite album from him. I think that's a classic, a modern day classic. But like he has solid other projects. I'm not fitting to say all of them were classic. Like Pray for Paris was dope. I'm not saying fitting to say it's a classic or even I like Awesome God. I like Fly God 2 more than Pray for Paris. I don't think that's a classic, but it's a solid album. I think we have solid albums, but I'm not ready to call everything that comes out in this era a classic album because I know what a classic album sounds like, and I don't feel like all of these albums that come out are going to be classic in 20 years down the line.
Now
You know
you
what I'm saying? We might be discussing them for the wrong reason. It might not even be for a classic album. It might be for something else. But I don't feel like everything come out. People say, "Oh, so like," and they do that with movies too. Oh, this movie's a classic. Let's
yeah.
let's pump the brakes on that and sit with it for a while and come back to it in 10 years and then have the same discussion and say, "Oh, well, I think this album was a classic with The Chronic and America's Most Wanted and all that." You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I used to say that about Nas. I used to say all
Right.
Nas albums were classic, and then
Right.
you go back and listen to them, and it's not really classic. It's niche. Like
Right.
Nas had some albums that it seems like my life and his life lined up at the same time. So what he was saying on his albums felt like he was speaking to me directly. You know what I'm saying? And so while I was feeling it because me and the cats around the same age, went through some of the same struggles.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying, he rapped over some of the beats from my favorite producers. You know what I'm saying? Others will feel like, man, this album missing the mark. It's untimely, whatever. You know what I mean? So I feel you. I understand what you're saying.
And another thing is like back then when albums like Ready to Die came out and Illmatic and in Reasonable Doubt, those albums nobody was calling them a classic as soon as they dropped. Like we spent time with them. Like especially if you was in middle school or high school and you have conversations at the lunch table about your favorite tracks or what video Biggie should do from Ready to Die. I remember having conversations like that in high school. And people be like, "Oh, he should drop a video for Unbelievable or a video for Me and My Bitch or whatever." And we sat with those albums for months and for years. We didn't call it a classic from the minute it came out. And I think that's the difference with this generation now. It's like the minute Kendrick dropped an album, oh, it's a classic. But the album came out 1 hour ago. So it's already an instant classic, but you haven't sat with it for a whole week. You know what I'm saying? If you're ready to call it a classic with Doggy Style and with, Straight Outta Compton, I you know what I'm saying? I just think that's the difference with the mentality.
So why do you keep dodging Death Certificate? Is Death Certificate not a classic?
No, well, let me tell you, Death Certificate was my introduction to gangster rap because before then I wasn't allowed to listen to the gangster rap. Like me being the only child and coming from a single parent home, I wasn't allowed to listen to NWA. So I remember listening to Death Certificate. I'll tell you, I got a story. When I bought my first pair of Timbs, there was a store called Mr. Sports downtown Brooklyn. And I went there and I went to pick up. This was like 90, 91. And when we went to the store, like the store, the speakers were blasting 20 Little Devil from Death Certificate.
Right.
And I was hearing everything he was saying. And my mom looked at me like, yo, like like who is that rapping? You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, like it was like some crazy shit, and that was like my like introduction to gangster. Like I knew who NWA, but see at that time they wasn't letting like kids buy NWA. You have to have like an adult with you, cause they sold the albums behind the register. So it was
Yeah,
like,
they had to. Right.
yeah, and it was like it was different times for buying albums like that, and Death Certificate was my introduction to gangster rap, and then came the Chronic and everything else. Then I went back and listened to Straight Outta Compton and Niggas for Life and all that. But we
100
sat
miles
with
running and
we sat with albums for years. They became classics over time and how they impacted the culture. It wasn't like an album, Illmatic came out an hour and then later, an hour later, people saying, "Oh, well, this is a classic." We wasn't saying that back then.
right. And you know what established the bar for me for classic albums? So before this album, there was no line of demarcation, like in my mind, and I think other people's minds too. There was like no line of demarcation to say this album is gonna be, and I'm talking about this is 91, right? Around 91. And this is after Eric B and Rakim dropped Paid in Full. This is after LL dropped what was it? Not Mama Said Knock You Out. Was it I'm Bad, or whichever, the one that came out in 87. The one with Jack the Ripper and all of that. So
that wasn't Walk with a Panther?
No, Walk with a Panther was 88, 89.
Yeah, I'm Bad, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but the one before the album, the LL album before that one, the one he with I'm Bad and Jack the Ripper on it. So, but anyway,
Bigger than Defo.
Yeah, that's it. Big and Defo. Yeah, that's it. Big and Defo. But so anyway, I get this joint. So I watched this video called "Tell Your Mom to Mind Her Business." Right. Sound like Tell Your Mom's to Mind Her Business. This is that classic. Take an R&B song, and saying rap on the instrumental or whatever. And so it wasn't a big deal to me because I heard EPMD do it just about for every song that they ever did. Just about every song they ever did. And so, so I get the album, and then I hear, before I get the album, and I hear Spellbound, and I'm like, yo, Spellbound is dope. This dude got two nice joints. So I get the album, right, and I listen to the whole album front to back, right, and I'm like, hey, this dude right here lyrically is phenomenal. Like as soon as I heard him rap, I was like, okay, he is better than probably 95% of the dudes that I've ever heard in my life, right? And I'm talking about listening to hip hop when it was trash, like in 78 when it was like a hip hop, the hip, throw your hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care. If you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? That back then when rap was trash, right? So I'm like, so I hear this dude, this dude rapping, and I'm like, yo, this dude right here is phenomenal, right? So right then I take the album out, and I go back and listen to EPMD album, the one that came out in 88. And I'm like, it ain't better, but this dude is better. So now I have to distinguish. Now I have to distinguish, like, what is a classic album and what's just good to listen to, right? And so then I'm like, yo, you know what? This album may not be a classic, but it's got classic joints on. Because I heard this joint called Fugitive on there, right? And for those that know that, for those hip hop fans that ain't heard Fugitive by K Solo, that's a must listen to. Right? So so now I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna start having to separate the classic albums from, the ones that are just good to listen to. So now I'm like, if I got $14.99, do I just buy an album that's good to listen to, or do I buy one that I think has the potential to be a classic, right? So then it's like all of a sudden, you have these albums drop like the Low End Theory, the Chronic, what else? Illmatic, So you have all these albums, and you like, you know what? I think these joints might be classics. You know what I'm saying? For instance, I think
Wacker was good, yo.
Okay, oh my bad. My mic wasn't working for a second, so I had to disconnect it.
Oh my bad, Walker. I ain't mean it, man. Look, I ain't trying to talk up the whole show.
No, it's not good. I didn't want to interrupt you either. So what's up, guys? Thanks for having me. Peace, both.
Was good.
And, no, but I agree with you overall. But the thing is, if an artist like drops consistently like well-made projects, well, that makes up for like necessarily them just dropping a lot for you, or do you still have that issue where we get kind of like outgrown of the projects?
I mean, my whole thing like if you have an artist like Wallet is dropping, or like not even Wallet, Westside Gunn is dropping every like 2 months.
Yes.
Like for each project, when are the people able to just sit with that one project that he dropped and just chill with it for a while until you like I want the artist to make the fans miss you first. You know what I'm saying? Like if you drop an album this month, don't come out for like until the end of the year. Like make me miss you as a fan. Like yo, like I want to hear some Westside right now. Not because I feel like they're gonna oversaturate their brand by coming out every month with something, because this whole notion of this generation they have short-term memory, and you know like today you're hot and tomorrow you're forgettable. I don't believe that. I feel like the generation is smart. I don't feel like you need to drop all the time. Like you can take a couple months off or a year, and then when you come back, your fan base will still be there. I mean, look at Beyonce. Beyonce don't drop albums every year.
Well, the thing is, Beyonce's on like a more commercial level, you can argue.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, well, like The Weeknd, he doesn't drop albums. Look at Frank Ocean. Frank Ocean ain't drop albums since what, Blonde? That was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he still has his fan base. Like his fan base is dying for an album from him right now because they miss him. They're at the point where they miss him. It's not like he's been dropping stuff all the time. Like they in a position where like, yo, we want some new Frank Ocean music. Give it to us. Like he's just been teasing them. You know what I'm saying? And he's still gonna have his fan base whenever he drop. That's what I mean. It's like make me as a fan miss you for a moment. Like if you're dropping stuff or like another album from so and so, you just dropped the album last week, so you're dropping another one in a month. Is like make me miss you for once. Like,
Dr. Dre did that, and people smashed him though. People, because Dr. Dre did The Chronic, and then he came out with
the Aftermath compilation.
Yeah, what was that?
Dr. Dre presents The Aftermath. That one from '96. Yeah, that. You can argue the same thing for the Compton album. That got bashed on by some heads.
See, Dre waited too long though, because we were waiting for Detox. He waited too long to come out with that album because he's a perfectionist.
Right.
Like, that can be a double-edged sword where you're waiting forever to come out, and then the fans just like forget about you and they go into somebody else.
Well, there's also Rock Marciano where he drops like once every year.
Right, but he's been consistent. He's not dropping every 6 months. He's taking his time. Like you sit with this album with Murcielago, and then you get ready for the next one next year or the year after next. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Not like every other month you're dropping something, then people don't get a chance to digest that project because you already got like 2 other projects coming out after that one.
I agree with you, but the thing is, like Westside Gunn, like the albums are quality for me. That's why I kind of debated.
But what happens when Wale drop all this stuff and like everybody's like ignoring it? Then
I only like that 2009 album from Wale, so
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. As long as there's quality, then I don't mind. But if it's you just dropping stuff just to drop. Like give you an example. You remember the Bobby Digital era?
Yes.
So you remember how you were like, man, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you like.
Well, I'm younger than both of you guys, so there's that too.
Yeah. And so it's like it's the same era as the Rush Hour era. Remember the Rush Hour movies?
Oh,
so it's like that era of like when the movies were coming out, Bobby Digital was like lined up like with that. But you were like, man, what? Who the hell is Bobby Digital?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And a lot of those projects got slept on. The Digi Snacks album that got slept on.
Oh, I love them. I love the first two RZA's solo, like the Bobby Digi albums. I love the first two.
A lot of his albums got slept on. You know what I'm saying? Because he was coming out, a lot often.
Right.
That we wasn't accustomed to that. So it was like Bobby Digi, that was dope. And then it's like after that, he started coming out more often. That people just slept on. And Wu-Tang, other than Ghostface, there wasn't really dropping any heat from the other members. Like Ghostface was the one that kept that flag waving during the 2000s. So.
Maybe it's because
I don't
maybe
know,
it's because I grew up on the streaming era, so I'm like it's different for me because like
right.
obviously I get to experience albums from like the past like way easier than what you guys did, like waiting months and like years.
Right.
So there's also that. So maybe I'm just inexperienced in that field.
But the cool thing about hip hop though is that at any time you could just go back and listen to anything, and it's like, it's like I give you an example. Right? So I listen to all types of music, and I know people are like, yeah, whatever. Everybody listens all the time, but people don't really. They'll stray from what they like a little bit. Like they'll listen to some country. They'll listen to the Lil Nas X, but they won't stay in that country lane. You know what I'm saying? Right. They'll because it had a hip hop element to it. They'll listen to a little bit of country. But for me, I grew up like Kiss and WBLS and 92.7. I forget the name of it, but what they used to play, like they didn't used to play hip hop during at all. They played hip hop Friday night, like 1 o'clock in the morning. So you had to stay up to listen to it, like Mr. Magic. You know what I'm saying? And Ken Spiderweb and all of them, right? So it's so and Lovebug, Starsky, all of them. So during that time, I used to listen to a whole bunch of stuff like Hall & Oates, Bobby Caldwell, Christopher Cross, any funk like Kool and the Gang, Confunction, Cameo. So there's this group. There's this group I like, right? It's a group called 9 Inch Nails that I like, right? I do
a great group.
Yeah, but you know what though? Over the years, they leaned from being like mighty rebellious, like showing up to the studio late and not putting their albums out on time and making fans wait for their music and all that, to professionals. Like you see these dudes now, like they don't even look like the same dudes. They you know what I'm saying? So it's like over the course of time, their music went from being edgy and dangerous to like just the essence of danger and stuff like kind of like with Nas from Illmatic. So it's like one of those deals where these you can go back and listen to like certain eras of music and you can get like
the feel of it.
Kind of like you are there because like a lot of these people are so raw in the beginning, it kind of reminds you of yourself. And then as later on, as music progresses, you realize how polished they get over the course of years.
That's how I feel whenever I listen to 36 Chambers. Like whenever I go back, even though I wasn't from like 93, like I feel like I'm with them, like hearing that raw gutter sound.
Yeah.
Right. And the funny thing is Dr. Dre's Chronic album is so pristine and clean, and you can hear every note of every instrument. You know what I'm saying? Right. And while they put on this persona of being street and such, when you listen to the album, they're so clean. It's so clean. Right. It's like almost like an orchestra. Like that's the reason why the Chronic is dope. Not because Dr. Dre can rap, but because the album itself is a production masterpiece and an engineering masterpiece. And then you get
the rap, the iconic rap
into 36 Chambers, which is like the complete opposite. The production is good, but it's not pristine. And so we kind of gravitate to that grungy dungeonness of that.
You don't have like undergrounds like Mad Vanelli, like they have that iconic feeling of like going back.
Right. Yeah.
Like because wait, what? My bad. Go.
No, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say like, so for someone like a Kendrick, I guess, who drops like, you can't really tell when he drops like. He's crafting obviously like more or less a masterpiece, but how do you feel then? Like the weight, it's like, is it worth it?
Yeah.
Because some people didn't like Damn. It was like kind of mixed, I guess.
No, damn was solid. I mean, like Kendrick does it the right way. Like he's patient and as an artist, and he makes you wait for what he's gonna drop next. Like he's not quick to rush out anything. I think that's the way to do it. Like don't rush out anything, and then when it comes out, it's like people don't like it. You take like 2-3 years off, and then you come out with something, and then people's like, oh, it's a classic, and maybe it is a classic. But
Right.
my whole thing was like, don't call it classic an hour when it drops. Like let's sit with these
I
albums.
agree.
You know, like with Damn came out in what 2017.
Yes.
So
So yeah,
yeah. So that's more than enough time to sit with an album like that and be like, maybe this album is a classic and it can compete with the other classics of before that time. You know what I'm saying? But it's like don't it comes out now and then like an hour later it's already considered a classic. I just think that's crazy. So
Well, for you guys, how many years was it for you guys to call it a classic? Like it was
for
written.
me, like we see it all fell into place at the same time. Like when Cuban Link dropped, that was 95. I want to say like maybe by the time he came out with Immobility, like 99, that dropped. By the
Yeah.
time that came out, we knew that Cuban Link was a classic. It wasn't like that same 95 year it was a classic or people was calling it that. We knew it was a solid album at that time. But no, like at that time it was different too. It was like at that time, like being a teenager, I wasn't calling albums classic. I just knew that I liked it. And if I played it a lot, it was like one of my favorites. Like I have albums that I consider a classic, but people might not, like O.C. Jewels. I think that's a classic, but people might not think that's a classic. Or Black Sheep Cross album, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. You know what I'm saying?
right.
But like at that time, it was like I just knew what I liked. It was like it was a favorite of mine, and I played it a lot. But the word classic in that term, that wasn't a thing till like the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't calling albums classic when they came out like that. We just knew it was a
Right.
good album. Same thing with Ready to Die and Chronic and all that. Like we knew it was a good album.
Like me, I would consider like a Reloaded and like a Good Kid, Mad City, like those are like damn near classics like already. I would consider them like the age gap has like been a while,
You know what
and
I
like
mean?
you
So
can tell the influence.
I feel like there's more of an emphasis put on the term classic for movies and entertainment. Yeah, and it wasn't like that back then. It was just like you liked it and it was like part of your life and you went back to it, but it wasn't like, oh, well, this album's a classic or this movie's a classic. You know what I mean? So I think that's what's different about, the times now than back then.
Yeah, I agree with you because I saw people calling the when Damn first came out, people were already calling that a classic like a week
Right,
after it came out.
right. And I'm like, that's nuts. I mean, it's a solid album. I don't know. Like I wasn't quick to call it a classic. I mean, Kendrick does have classics in his discography, but I wasn't like ready to call them a classic yet. I'm like, y'all already calling it a classic? This is going up against Cuban Link,
Right.
you
So
know?
yes, that's my point. So my thinking is this is my thinking on it, right? And I
Right.
know this is so petty, and just forgive me for being petty.
Mm,
So I feel like the classic category only has 20 spots, right? And
mm,
so in order for you to get in that classic category, you got to bump somebody out, right? And then so I'm like, well, who are you gonna bump out? And so it was my shoebox theory, right? Because I used to
uh,
keep all my classic albums in this Nike shoebox. And so
right.
I'm like, so in order for me to put the Chronic in here,
Mm,
who do I take out? Do I take? I don't know. Do I take Assault with a Deadly Pepper out to put in the Chronic? You
right.
know what I'm saying? And so you like if people like Assault with a Deadly Pepper, you know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like classic during the time. And then now that you look back on it, of course you take out Assault with a Deadly Pepper to put the Chronic in. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
you can't have a category of classic full. You can't have 1,000 classics. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you got to be like,
You,
you have
you
to
can
take
have
somebody out of this category. Who do you
for, for,
replace?
for 1 year. I mean, depending on the music for that year, for 1 year, like 94, 94 had more than 20 classics for that year. That
94
that's
was.
that's something that I'm planning for the next thing that we doing here. It's gonna be
Right.
like an album tournament, NCAA bracket type of challenge where we pick like 30 albums from '94 to battle it out with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, and from the list of '94, there's like 30 classics, might be more than that. But I'm gonna pick 30 just to put in the tournament.
Yeah, so that we can have some kind of perspective. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Because, so I mean, yeah, like it'll be fun, and we could say like, oh, well, is this truly the best album of 1994?
Right. Right. You because in any other year, how many classics you get in a year? Maybe 4?
I mean,
3?
96 was a great year. That had a lot of classics in that year.
Right. The Jay-Z year, yeah. So I think the year before, I think 93 had some classics.
93 was good. Yeah.
93 is a great year.
Yeah, man. 93 had some joints, but 94, it was like as soon as you heard Functified in 94, you knew the whole year was gonna be dope. You know what I'm saying? Because people forget, man. You got Ani Kamosi.
You got the Organized Confusion album.
Yes.
Yep. So, yeah. So you got all these. You got all these. I think the Bush Babies may have come out with something.
Came out, Ambush. That came out that year.
Yeah. So you got all these albums, man.
What we're gonna do is we put like it'll be like 3 or 4 seeds, and they won't battle yet. They'll like it'll be like 30 albums, but it'll be like the main albums will battle each other. We got like 3 or 4 seeds, like Ready to Die or Married. Southern Playlistic will be like the 1 seed. The other 30 albums will battle each other, and then we have like a 1 wild card matchup where we'll pick like 5, like out of the 5 albums, everybody will vote so that the wild card will get into the tournament and then battle.
Right.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Right. Like Above the Rim. Because I think MH is not a fan of Above the Rim being in there because it's only.
Let me tell you, and Above the Rim, listen, Death Row dropped 2 classic soundtracks that year. Murder Was the Case and Above the Rim. They got to be in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna make it interesting because one of those soundtracks could battle each other. What if they battle in the same bracket?
Hey man. Hey man.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I already got the list. The list already done.
Hey man, we got to do it, man. Yeah, we have to do it for the culture. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be like I broke it down. It'll be like 14 solo artists and 15 groups in this whole tournament.
Right.
So, and then they don't necessarily have to match up against each other, but I'm just saying it's like altogether it's 14 solo artists and 15 groups in the tournament.
Hey, did EPMD have an album in 94?
Nah.
Or were they broken up in 92?
They have broke after Business of Personal. They broke them and came back with Back in Business.
They came back in 97, I think.
97.
97 was a good year.
No EPMD in
97 was a good year, but like comparing it to like 96 in general, like.
Man.
I don't know.
Yeah, 97 had my man
Five After Death.
Back the fuck up. That was 93. That was in 94. 93 was Onyx.
Yeah, 93. 93 was fire. 93 was Doggy Style, Onyx.
Yeah.
Injection.
Yeah.
People sleep on that Cube album, man.
Oh yeah.
Who?
They sleep on that Cube album, Lethal Injection.
Yeah, that was dope.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say because I thought you were talking about Domino. I was gonna say no, I didn't sleep on Domino. I went to see Domino twice. I went to go see Domino in concert twice. Yes. Hey, let me. Matter of fact. Let me. I'm gonna just tell you. Just do this little story, man. Like 20 seconds, man.
Yeah.
So Domino. So I'm at Fort Hood, Texas, right? And so this chick comes to my door. She's like, "Yo, you going to see Domino tonight?"
Right.
Who the fuck is who the hell's Domino? I'm joking. Like, yo, I already ate, man. I don't need no pizza. You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking, right? So she's like, "Nah, he gonna be at City Lights. The whole LBC crew, they're gonna be, you know what I'm saying, at City Lights and blah blah blah." And I'm like, LBC, and then I'm like, okay, whatever. If all y'all go, if the chicks is going, I'm going. You know what I'm saying? So, so we get there. They got like these. So we get there, and so I'm sitting up front because I like to listen to MCs and the rhymes that they say, how they rock the party or whatever. So I'm sitting up front, and Domino has got these spitters. I mean, they are spitting. I'm like, they sound like East Coast Philly type, you know, Philly DC like type cats.
Yeah.
And so they all do this, you know, they all do their thing, man. And you know, me, I'm just like, yeah, I'm impressed, but not, you know, yeah, I come a different place. I'm from the tri-state, you know what I'm saying? So you got to come with some heat, you know what I'm saying? So this dude comes out and he does this song called I forget, it goes something like I think it's sweet potato pie, some joint he did.
Yeah, that was his first hit.
Sweet potato pie. So he do that, and the girls is going crazy, right? So he do that as his opener, and the girls is like taking off their shirts. The bouncers is in the club, like, man, put your shirt on. Right. You know what I'm saying? All kind of, you know, girls are going crazy, trying to jump over our head to get the domino. I swear, I didn't know he was that popular, right? So he do like this song. I'm like, yo, I'm feeling this dude. This dude is all right. So anyway, to close the show, he does this song called Long Beach Thing, right? I ain't never heard his album, but he do this song called Long Beach Thing, and dog. Okay, so the limit for the club for City Lights is like 800 people. Right. Yo, it's like 1,500 people everywhere in this club. We smashed up together. I can barely go in my pocket, right? So he does this joint called Long Beach Thing and start doing this thing like this. And everybody in the crowd starts doing this Long Beach. Everybody is into it. And I'm like, yo, as soon as I get to the PX tomorrow, I'm going to buy this dude album. The dude impressed me so much with his live show that I was like, yo, I'm a fan. I swear to God, I went in my pocket. I took a $50 bill and looked at it just like this. And I balled it up. And I threw it dead in the middle of that dude's chest. Here, take this. So I did the same. I did the same thing to KRS-One. We was in North Carolina. Did the same thing to KRS-One. He was on a pool table doing the show because there was so many people in there that they bummed up the stage. So he stepped on top of a pool table and he just started doing his joint, still number one, and he ran it back like 4 times. And so, but anyway, the dude with Domino rocked the party so dope, so live, that everybody in there was like, yo, this dude right here is in the game to stay. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, we didn't know that, you know what I'm saying, he had stuff going on behind the scenes with his record label too. Like the dude live is phenomenal. And he went outside in the parking lot and freestyled for like 30 minutes straight. I'm talking about just 30 minutes straight. People was just like pointing at stuff. He was like, yo, rap about my shoe. And he was like rapping about their blue shoes and man, the dude was phenomenal, I'm telling you. But anyway, that's why when you said that, when Waka said Domino just now, I was like, what you know about Domino?
Because I found out about him like last year, and I listened to that album, and it was really dope. But I didn't mean to say him.
Yeah, but hey, my man is severely slept on, and it made me realize that just because you're not from, you know, Midtown or Harlem, you know what I'm saying, or the island or something, don't mean that you can't rap. You know what I'm saying? I found a new respect for West Coast rappers after I heard this dude in concert.
Also, just like a rapper, like live, like just singing anything live also like impacts you like a lot more heavier if it was just a song.
Yeah, that dude owed me $50 too. I took that $50. Yes.
Was it worth it?
It was worth it, man. The show was, and then plus I went home with some chicks, so it was fantastic.
That is worth it.
Yeah, man. He was dope. And the thing is with rappers, to me, the proving ground is not the sales chart. It's live. Can you put on the show? You know what I'm saying? 100%. To me, that's the proving ground. Because if your album dope and you whack in concert, like I get like Albie Shaw, album dope, but in concert he was trash every time I saw him. So you like, have you ever seen him try?
No, I never seen him. Live.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, man. The dude Domino was dope.
I don't know if you guys like fuck with Earl Sweatshirt by any chance. I don't know, but he rocks it live.
Yeah, he's dope.
He rocks the lives good.
Yeah. So my son put me onto him. I was like, "What's this dude's name again?" He's like, "Earl Sweatshirt," and he was like, "Yo, don't judge him." It's the first thing. Don't judge him. but to me, he pretty dope. So.
I love Earl. Dude's amazing. Oh, yeah. Got his first 2 albums on CD.
Doris was One of his best ones.
Yeah, I love Dope. That might be my favorite by him, honestly.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go get them.
Hey, so how do y'all feel about Chance the Rapper?
I like Chance. I mean, other than Acid Rap to me is probably his. I mean, between that and Coloring Book is probably his best project to me. But
Right.
I mean, I haven't heard his new latest one yet. Doris, I got that. That's dope. The other album I gotta hit out. Chance is cool. That one I gotta hear. That one I missed.
Good album.
He's good. I just I don't think he's in the he's not like he's more like a pop artist. He's not really in the conversation with, like a Kendrick or J. Cole. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I think what he's doing, like I feel like he's more like popular because of like, doing the stuff within the community. He's more popular on social media than his actual music.
Right.
And that's a good thing because like we need more artists that's actually going to like doing something for their community. So yeah, like I think he's cool. He has like a positive message.
Yeah, he does put off positive vibes.
Yeah.
So. I was never a Chance fan, to be honest with you.
Right.
I just didn't mess with dude musically. And his newest album did not help that out.
He's not for everybody. Like Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi is not for everybody. Like some people don't get Kid Cudi. Right. I think Kid Cudi is a dope artist. He's like in a different lane from everybody else. So.
No, I fuck with Cudi though. Cudi's amazing to me, anyways.
So where's he from?
Chance or Cudi?
Cudi.
He's from Cleveland.
Cudi is from.
He's from Cleveland.
Oh yeah, Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can hear the Midwest in him.
You hear the Midwest in him?
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I thought it was Chicago. I couldn't tell. So.
Right. Especially when Kanye first found him, he like sounded like really like inspired by him.
Right. Man. So I put the discussion about Lauryn Hill on Facebook, and I got slammed.
What happened?
Stop it.
What happened?
Lauryn Hill. Listen, Lauryn Hill is great, but I'm not putting up best all time over. That stuff. You know what I'm saying? She has one album. Like I feel like you taking away a spot for Missy or for Latifah because she has this one great album.
Right. Lauren ruined her own career, let's be honest.
Exactly. Like that's not, you know what I'm saying? Lauren did that to herself.
Right. So my thing is so we put Lauryn Hill in the top 5 female MCs, right? And then people, every time I say, well, what about Eve? Everybody like, oh yeah, Eve. Eve is not an oh yeah artist. Eve was fire. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Eve's dope.
Eve is dope. I don't know if I'm putting her in my top 5. I mean, top 10 for sure, but I don't think she's better than Lauryn Hill.
My top.
At what? At Parallel Market?
As far as like I think Lauryn Hill is a better lyricist than Eve to me.
I mean, my favorite female rapper is Foxy Brown, so.
Foxy Brown is dope. She definitely in top 10 for me. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like Lauryn is one of the best, but I'm not putting her the best because of this one album. I'm like, well, shit. If that's the case, we're gonna put Andre at number 1 for Love Below over Nas and Rakim and everybody else.
The thing is, if you want to count the Fugees too, their first album sucked.
Yeah, exactly. So they have one good album, and Lauren got one good album as a solo artist. So how great is she then?
That first Fuji album, I wouldn't even use that as I wouldn't set my drink down on it. I wouldn't even want to ruin my glass. You know what I'm saying? But and then the Fuji, and then the Fugees album, if y'all notice, the Fugees took 3 number 1 hits, took the instrumental and rapped on them, and then made number 1 hits, and people give them credit for making a number 1 song. So they took Ready or Not by the Spinners, right? They took Fuji La, which is Ooh La La by Tina Marie. And then they took Killing Me Softly, which was the number 1 song in the universe by Roberta Flack, right? And they rapped on it. And then people were like, oh my God, the Fugees are so creative. But come on, man, all you did was take proven song, #1 hit song, proven #1 music, right? And then rapped on it, and
But
then
that's
made
what,
it
that's what
#1.
rap is, right? Rap is taking something from like that's what they did. Look at the Sugar Hill Gang. They took the Good Times beat from
Even
Sheep.
like even Quentin Tarantino, who's a movie director, admits he takes stuff from his favorite directors.
Right. That's what it was about. That's what we
But
did. We made something from something else.
but my point to it though is this, like when you start drawing, because there's one thing about being a hip hop artist, and then there's another thing being a rapper, lyricist, producer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
So Wyclef did that, right? Wyclef did the production on the Fuji's second album. Is he really better than Primo?
No, I said
if he saw more.
No, he's not a super producer. Wyclef. He had luck behind him. I don't like a super producer is like somebody that makes every artist they work with better. I don't think Wyclef did that. Like he ruined John Forte album, he ruined Cannabis album, you know what I'm saying, and ruined Pras album. You know what I'm saying. I don't think he was ever a super producer. I just think that he had a little luck behind him, and he made do with what he had, and he gave the Fugees a classic album, and he has his own classic album as Carnival, but he was never a super producer to me.
Well, the thing is, what about Kanye?
Huh?
Like Kanye, like his rapping is not necessarily the best, but he's a really good like artist.
Right. But Kanye has given hits to other artists like Slum Village and to who else?
What's the first one he gave? The first one he gave to Jay-Z? What's the first one he gave to Jay-Z?
Ace of the Izzo.
The one that put him on the map.
Ace of the Izzo?
No, because his first produced album was the Dynasty album. I just don't remember the song.
Okay.
Yeah. So he had a joint on the Dynasty, right? And so it took him from being a random Chicago cat to, being somebody that's on the map. And then from there he continued to build on on stuff until to the point where if you didn't have a Kanye beat, then there was something wrong with your album at one point. But to say that to give the Fugees credit for taking #1 hit, like for instance, like I knock Biggie's albums because 70% of the beats on there are going to be guaranteed R&B /pop songs that he rapped on instrumentals.
But
right?
It was
even
hot
though
Biggie,
I'm not a hot song.
Can you compare them though? Because Biggie was like an actual lyricist compared to
but hear me out on it.
Okay.
I'm not knocking Big. I'm saying that Big is a prodigy, right? Big is a prodigy. The dude, you can bang on the table and Big can make a hit out of it, right? That's just how good he is, right? Yeah. But what I'm saying is now you compare that to what the Fugees did. You can't really. How am I gonna get a Fugees credit and then not give and then look at the stuff that Big did at the same time? Man, it's just not. It's just not the same. One to me is like pop, hip hop culture, and then the other is like a icon, a dude that no matter what the beat was, he was gonna rock it. So I mean, and so we said the thing about Lauryn Hill too is so you have a red hot Wyclef on production, and then you got Praz's pen game, right? And all Lauryn has to do is step in the booth. The music is already playing and the words are already written. So what is she really even doing?
Yeah, but that's hard to do.
Lauryn was like Lauren's like unique, like with her voice and her like. Name a female like MC, I guess, like can like sing like her, but like also rap like her.
Exactly. Queen Latifah
sure, you might be able to name better lyrics. Oh, my bad. Go try. My bad.
No, I was saying like what Walker said. Like there wasn't too many females that could sing and rap. Queen Latifah was a good rapper, but I don't think she was a great singer. Like she made do with whatever with how she sang, but she wasn't like no Roberta Flack.
Right.
Lauryn Hill could sing. Like she could sing a whole R&B album if she wanted to.
Right. But that would be considered that would be considered R&B though.
But yeah, but like the biggest rapper right now is Drake, and he basically is doing what Lauryn does.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Right. He just didn't drop an R&B album, but he can do both if he wanted to.
I mean, Scorpion, that was this too technically.
You know what I mean?
That was
I like.
Hey, yo, that was funny as hell.
I'm sorry. There's two of Scorpion.
You just caught me off guard. You just caught me off guard.
Like two of Scorpion sucked.
Lauren was great for one. Okay, like with Big L had one album technically. Is he number one on top 5 Dead or Alive or top 10?
I mean, I would put him in my top 10. But that's mainly because of how much.
One album over Big and Big Pun and Nas and Rakim, Cool G Rap, all of them.
Well, if you're counting, the thing is, you're counting only his debut. I love The Big Picture as well because I think that might be honestly the best posthumous album.
Right. And like, I would say to that I would say this: Puffy wasn't writing Biggie's lyrics either.
Right.
Yeah, there's that. Puffy was just in the background, fucking around.
Right.
Lauren is good, Freezy. Like she's great. I just not putting her number one over Queen Latifah and MC Lyte and Missy. I just think they're better than her. They have more to work with than just one album. She ruined that for herself. That I mean, if the argument comes down to, oh well, why is Lauren not respecting her? Because she stopped her own career. It wasn't like she had competition, really.
Right.
Feel bad for people that go to her lives.
Right, and she take 3 hours long to get ready. So it was like, is that their fault?
Man,
you know?
Right. So that's one of the other points that I want to get to too. People that I know, because I've never been to a Lauryn Hill concert, and that's probably the reason why I'm kind of like flatlined on her. Right. But people,
have you seen videos of her live?
Yeah, some of them. I mean, they were okay. I didn't.
Because I saw one, and it was like she did a great job performance-wise. Honestly, I won't lie. But I've only seen one, so.
I probably have to get back online and check for her. But I mean, to me, I just can't get over like her not doing the beats or writing her own rhymes. It's like you just step in the booth and everything's laid out for you. I mean, to me,
if it was that easy, everybody would be a rapper. Like Puffy was never an artist. Like he had to learn to.
Little Kim,
you know what I mean?
Little Kim, though, a lot of people consider her the best female rapper, and she didn't write.
Right.
Little Kim, Little Kim is good. I don't consider her the best though. Like she had one classic album, just like Foxy, and then they have.
What about Easy? As far as writing goes, what about Easy?
Easy E?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people consider him a legend. I didn't grow up listening to NWA, so I mean, to me, I don't really have an argument in that. So I mean, people.
NWA got me into hip hop, but I can't like consider Easy like, or even Dre as a top 10 rapper.
Right.
Because like he didn't write.
No.
And when he did write, even though I fucked with it, it wasn't exactly like good lyrics.
Yeah.
It's just his energy and the way he delivered it.
Yeah.
So a man from Bone Thugs and Harmony was writing for him. What's the light skinned dude name? I think so. One of them dudes was writing for Eazy-E later on in his career, and you could see the step up in his rap game. Yeah, you could see him. But in terms of rapping, I don't have Eazy-E and Dr. Dre in my top 250. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and no disrespect to West Coast rap, because there's a lot of West Coast spitters out there, like Richie Rich. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of Razkaz, a lot of dudes, Domino, a lot of dudes, Snoop, Corrupt. There's a lot of dudes out there that can spit.
Dell's underrated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I
got his 93 album on CD.
Is that the one with Mr. Bob Dabalina or something like that on it?
Yeah,
that's the first one.
So hold on, let me bring it.
The first one is which my brother Georgia said 93 was No Need for a Loan.
Okay. Yeah. How do you feel about the Alcoholics? Yeah, that is it.
Alcoholics is dope.
Yeah.
Definitely an underrated group.
Alcoholics is amazing.
Hey, I like Waka's collection.
Yeah.
I like that collection. It's definitely diverse for one thing. How you know somebody appreciates hip hop is like, if you know people just like rap, they'll have the same genre of rappers. All the albums will be like the same. It'll be like Mafioso. They'll have every Mafioso album and nothing else. And you like, you don't really like hip hop. You just like, you know what I'm saying, this genre or whatever. But when you see when somebody can talk to you about the Bush Babies and the Alcoholics and some Macklemore and some DOC and Wale, you know, they kind of like everything in the game. So
yeah, because I think that's like a lot of like old heads, because like I learned a lot about from the, like obviously like Try is one of them, you're one of them. Like I've learned a lot like the backstory and whatnot. So I listen to these albums and I love them. I'm also like in this generation, I get like I don't know if you guys like trap music. I personally like it. I'm not into it as some others though, like certain artists. But there's also that. So I just get into like anything.
Say trap is life. Trap is life.
Man, Trap might kill me for this, but I like Young Thug.
No, it's all good. I mean, you like who you like.
I'm scared now. I like Young Thug.
Nah, it's all good. You like who you like. So I mean, look, I got killed for liking New Kids on the Block when I was younger. So.
Oh man. Yo, hey, did y'all see the Young Thug freestyle that was on Facebook?
Nah.
Man, did you hear that his dog died? I felt so bad for him.
Yeah, man. Oh, I'm a pet lover, man. So when I be hearing stuff like that on the real, I'll be like hurt. But you know, so I gotta put on a persona.
I felt bad for him when his dog died, man. That was sad.
He probably made like 55 songs about it. Young, I heard his freestyle. Try, and I swear, he set rap back like 50 years. He said rap.
I fuck with trap, but most of those guys can't freestyle for shit.
No, they can't. Hey, but you know what though? The thing, so I don't have if I didn't have to look at him, I could listen to some Young Thug, man. But the dude is like the style, I don't know. You know, so to each their own. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I like Rich Homie Quan first, and then I started liking Young Thugger.
Oh, Rich Homie. Dude, that everybody played him back in 2012.
Yeah. So
wait, have you seen him Uncut Gems?
No.
That took me back to if you ever watch it, you're gonna get back into like the 2012 like you're gonna like relive it because of all the songs they play from that.
Oh wow. So hey man, so what do you think, Try? Do you like Young Thugger? You think he'll be a legend in the game? Dude, he's got like I mean.
I don't listen to Young Thug. Like trap for me would be like T.I. Like people say T.I. is like early trap. That would be trap for me. Like T.I.
Wait, do you like Gucci Mane or like Young Jeezy, like those guys?
I like Gucci.
I never liked them. I mean, if y'all like them, salute to y'all. I just don't care for them. But
I mean, my name's based off Waka Flocka.
Right. Who this is West Side Gun is Waka Flocka to me. You know what I'm saying? People say, nah, they like, no, man, West Side can spit a little bit.
Nah, he's not no great lyricist. I never said he's a great lyricist. I feel like he has a strong discography, but
West Side Gun's not like, he's not like, because Benny and Conway are better rappers, but West Side, like, his delivery and his like projects are better overall for me.
Right.
Man, I watched him all day Friday, and the meter still hadn't moved. And I started like 12 o'clock and to like 6 o'clock, just straight West Side Gun. Like, how can I talk about rap and not appreciate West Side Gun? So then I was like, this dude don't even move the meter. He sound goofy. You know what I'm saying? But you watch him, he like this big dude, and then his voice come out. You like, what the fuck is that? He like a rubber ducky. You squeeze him and a weird noise come out. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, you know what? Let me not diss this dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let me give this dude a chance. And I listened to it again, and it's the same thing, man. I just.
So you don't like his voice then? That's what it is.
Hey man, I just don't.
You don't like him.
What I'm saying is I'm just not a fan of that product. Right. You know, is what I'm saying. It's like, you know, everybody has their own sensibilities and different likes and things of that sort. Like how can I say I like Young Thug and then not like West Side Gun, right? It's one of them things. I don't know. I can't describe it. You just like what you like.
Right.
Wait, do you like Benny or Conway?
Yeah, I like both. I like both of them. You know, I like.
And I know why you like them. You like them because they remind you of a Rakim or a Coogee rap. That's why you like them. And you don't get that with West Side.
No, you don't get hell no. You don't get that with West Side.
I think West Side's also more unique.
But people say he's like Ghostface and he's not, because Ghostface is lyrical. We don't get Westside is not like Ghostface lyrical.
I think you can. I think the only way people compare them is because how consistent they are with their albums. I think that's why the comparisons came out.
And he has that respect from being Ghost, but I don't feel like he sounds like Ghostface at all.
Also, he's not like Action Bronson where he just disses him.
And even with that, I never felt like people would sound like Ghostface. I mean, I don't understand how people they say with your old Droog, he sounds like Nas. Like I don't see the comparison with Nas.
Yo, Droog is he's dope, but his fans suck.
You know.
Right. Well,
that's what it is.
Y'all know how I feel about Nas. So
that's what it is. He doesn't remind you of somebody that you grew up on. That's what it is.
No, man, because that A-Try, you know you my man 50 grand. Yeah. But when we don't agree, I gotta just say
I
we don't agree. So
I understand, but I understand why you don't like him. But you know what I'm saying? I don't think everybody else do. They feel like you hate on him. But I understand because he's not lyrical like a Cool G rap or Rakim, where compared to Benny and Conway, they got balls, they got skills.
Right. I mean, I'm a big Griselda
That's what I
fan.
said. I said like Westside got a strong discography, but he's not a great lyricist like Westside and Benny. I mean, like Conway and Benny.
He remind me of Biz Markie. You know what I'm saying? That's who you remind me of. And if you ask me if Biz Markie is like in my top whatever rapper, no. You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, when you go back and listen to Biz Markie, like it was funny, it was goofy during the time. Like, you got what I need. You said you did. Okay, so that was cool back then. But now if you play it, I don't know if you get that same response to it. I just like for instance, I give you an example. I like Sir Mix-a-Lot, right? Because what he does, what Sir Mix-a-Lot does is the dude knows he's got to put out certain commercial hits, but the rest of the album is his. Right. So he go ahead and make his commercial stuff, right? And then on the album, it's just like straight hood stuff, like for the hood or whatever. So he got a formula. He like, I gotta put out hits to stay in the game, but I still want to do my own stuff too. Right. So for instance, he did a joint called Posse on Broadway, right? Posse on Broadway was kind of a joint that kind of hugged the line of commercial radio success, but also that thing that referenced things on the streets, like hookers and dope boys and cruising down the street and all of that, the stuff that we kind of like to hear in our car, right? So then you come out with another album where you talk about girls with big butts and all that stuff, in this one song. And then the rest of the album is like, to the hood and all that stuff. So it's like people will say, like, well, some people will say Sir Mix-a-Lot is a one-hit wonder, but the dude actually had 3 mega smashes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think because My Hoopty, I think, went platinum on its own, like carried the album. And then Posse on Broadway was dope. And then what's the joint? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The girl with the girls and talking in the front. Baby Got Back. Okay. So Baby Got Back was a smash. But the album was an album for his fans. Right. So he put out like this one joint. He like, here, okay, this is for the record company. I'm gonna do this joint. And then the rest of the album is for like the cats that actually listen. You know what I'm saying? So
this kind of sound like DMX to me in a way. I'm not sure if you guys like agree with me.
Right.
Like in like the way like the singles weren't necessarily like on top of the charts, but like they were really known in like the hood.
Right.
But that the album went number 1.
Right. I can see that. To me, that's a good comparison where he make like the 2 or 3 joints that'll probably get released as singles, and then the rest of the album is just like for the hardcore DMX fans.
Thing is, they also went platinum though. So, because I was surprised when I looked up none of his like singles got in the top 10. I didn't know that.
Wow.
But people play them so much, it's like, well.
Yeah, and I don't know. And to be honest with you, like I hit try with the record sales argument, and just for like a sense of measure, just to like know where the argument starts and stop at. And so I mentioned Flow Rider, like you can't.
Can I say one thing really quick? Just remember, Nelly went diamond. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue now.
Yeah, and so did Wiz Khalifa. That's what I'm saying. Wiz Khalifa went diamond with the joint with Charlie Pugh. Is that his name?
Wiz Khalifa is dope though. I never like
Wiz Khalifa had that dope ass mixtape, and his first album was good.
Yeah, Christian knows it. That was dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has Mac Miller gone platinum?
Yes, he was the first independent rap artist to go platinum and had his own reality show.
Who did that?
Mac Miller.
Oh yeah.
Because rest in peace, Mac. I became a fan of him like late, like a couple months before he died late. So
he was good.
Me too. I became a fan. I heard this. I had YouTube playing, and so his joint Loud came on.
Right.
And I was like, "What's that flashing on it?" Because you walk away.
That's like I know. Yeah.
When you walk away, you walk away from your computer or something. You see, you're like, "What the fuck is that?" And you come back up. And so I came back. And I was like, "Yo, this joint is kind of dope."
Yeah.
So how do y'all feel about what's my man name? I just heard his joint. He did Post Malone. How do y'all feel about Post Malone?
I never listened to him.
I like the song he did with 21 Savage because of 21 Savage.
Pop star, right? Rockstar.
No, Rockstar. Yeah. I like the 21 Savage part.
Right. I think I kind of like the dude. I think I kind of like him. Just certain singles. Like I like his popular stuff, but I don't know.
He's a good singer, but like on interviews, he's like really uncultured about like hip hop.
Yeah.
Like he'd like he discredits the genre. Like if you want to listen to like I guess like reality music, don't listen to hip hop. And that got me like another one.
Like what are you saying? Like how can you say that when hip hop is a culture?
Hip hop started to express like your guys' like mistreatment.
Yeah, but and so the thing is too is like with cats like Post Malone, what he don't understand is hip hop was around before the music even started. The music came along as a means for us to express what we were already doing. You know what I'm saying? Like give you an example. Like back in the early '70s, or not early, but back in like in the late 70s. Back in the late 70s, DJs would play the most popular songs right? Yeah. And all of us, like the youngsters, we'd be watching the adults on the dance floor, dancing or whatever. And then, during the extended mix of a song, there'd be a break, right? It'd be like just drums, like doom doom cat cat kadoom cat doom doom cat cat kadoom cat. And the adults and they crazy selves would walk off the floor, and we just rush the floor and just do whatever crazy thing we could do, like a backflip or sit on your head or whatever, because we knew the break was so short, you don't get enough time to get into a groove. Right. So during that little break part, we get on the floor and just do whatever cats would be like spinning on their back, doing backflips. You know what I'm saying? And cats would just be like leapfrogging over each other. And then when the song come back in and singing, we'll come back off the floor all sweaty and just be standing there like waiting for the next break part to come on. You know what I'm saying? And then like 10 or 12 minutes later, you know what I'm saying, the break beat for the next song to come in, and we get back on the floor and just do crazy whatever. And what happened is dudes turned that into like, from being just that thing that everybody was doing, they turned it into an art form. They started calling it breakdancing or whatever, right? But the thing is, like the stuff people see in breakdancing is the actual refined part of after doing it for years. You know what I'm saying? Like when cats doing the robot and doing all this crazy pop locking, that was like after like years and years and years and years and years of doing. And the same thing with rapping. Like, no lie, this dude would like, so the break beat would come on, right? And the dude would be like, yo, Miss Dolores said, like he'll just grab the mic over the beat, but Miss Dolores said the drinks will be in the back. Y'all can only get one cup, keep your cup, don't throw your cups on the floor. And dudes would be like talking over the beat. And that evolved into like trying to rhyme over the beat. Like, I'm a big star, drive a fast car, I don't know who you are, and just rapping, like, and then all that stuff, you know what I'm saying, just evolve into where we at now with Young Thugger wearing dresses, freestyling on interviews on YouTube. Right.
You just when you said the dancing part, you just reminded me today's Soulja Boy's birthday. Try.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got hip hop ads from everywhere coming to your show.
I just because I'm not gonna lie, I grew up with the dude. I don't fuck with him like that, but I grew up with the dude.
Man, we used to dance to that Salento joint at work. like because I was in cubicle world, right? Everybody typing, we in customer service, you know what I'm saying? And hey, thank you for calling such and such. This is, Uncle Freezy, how can I, blah, 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 headsets and all this stuff. And then Salento joint will come over the intercom and everybody will like mute their phone and get up and do these little quiet dances. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Man, I'm not trying to discredit like the golden era or anything, but just remember Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer.
And I bought those albums, you know what I'm saying? Like I was into Hammer at the time and Vanilla Ice, and they didn't have a lot of longevity in the game.
Wait, no, my bad. Go Freezy.
Oh, MC Hammer rapped over a lot of R&B stuff too, like that same formula. Just
Yeah.
Thing is, it's weird to consider he's bankrupt now, but he went diamond. It's weird to think about.
Well, he spent his money, like he gave away his money to like a lot of hanger-ons and fake friends and all that. So,
hey, and I heard the dude in an interview one time, and he said, "Hey, don't think about going bankrupt as being broke." He said he filed for bankruptcy protection so he wouldn't go broke. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because he said he was hemorrhaging money like to the point where it was like, I think he was like $100,000 a week just on stuff, and he was only bringing in like $90,000 a week. And so he was like, yo, and it was like, wow, $100,000 a week, but they missed the part where he said he was bringing in $90,000 a week. So he just needed bankruptcy protection to protect what he already had from going out the window.
Wait, did 50 do the same thing when he, like, the whole rape, like, not the sex tape thing came out?
I think so.
Because, like, he went bankrupt, but he still has money.
Yeah, I think so. Man. So, yeah, man. Well, hey, fellas, I'm gonna wrap it up, man, and get out of here.
All right, we got one question for you. Ronnie asks, "What's your favorite Bone Thugs and Harmony album?"
Oh shit.
Man, it's the first one. I actually went. My sister came home from college, and she was like, I was listening to these joints. It was like, and I know I keep telling the same story over and over, but I was listening to like Ani Kamosi, Terra Fabulous, and somebody that
you was big on that dancehall back then.
Yeah. So I was listening to that, and she was like, and she was playing like, she was like, yo, you don't have this Bone Thugs and Harmony joint? They playing it at all the schools, all the colleges, like they just bumping this. This is like every college campus you go to, they bumping it from every frat house, every Sorro was playing it. You know what I'm saying? So like every frat house, she's like across the whole campus, every frat house playing it. And I'm like, Thuggish Ruggish Bone? And she was like, so she played it, and I was like, yeah, this shit is catchy. This is catchy right here. So that's my favorite, just off of my personal experience, like having somebody putting me on it, and then getting it and liking it. You know what I'm saying? I also like the joint with the Crossroads and First of the Month on it. I like that one too, but the first joint to me, I think is my favorite. You know, and just one thing before I dip, man. You remember how you were saying Bone Thugs and Harmony's lyrics are kind of like hard to say, whatever, kind of make it. And me and my cousins every time me and my group of cousins get together, probably about once a year, once every 2 years or so, we get together. We know the whole song to the Crossroads. Like we get together, we know the whole joint, even the part where somebody killed my dog, and man, I miss Uncle Charles, y'all. He should be gone. He should be gone. What they did was wrong, or something like that. So it was like, we be doing the whole thing. But anyway, hey, Try, man, it was real, man. I appreciate y'all having me on.
No doubt. Anytime, man. Anytime you're welcome on here. You're a game or whatever.
I promise next time I come on, I ain't gonna talk you to death.
Oh, God. It's all good. I appreciate it, man. It's a great discussions we have. So.
Yeah, man. All right, chat. I'll holler at y'all.
All right.
All right.
So, Wacker, where you at? You still here, yo? His mic is off. Must be busy. Breakdancing is breakdancing is underrated. And we don't they need to bring that back in this for this culture.
Oh
Wacker,
yeah,
what
yeah.
you
My bad.
anything you wanna ask me before I leave or what?
So why don't you like Young Thug, man?
Yeah, I just that trap thing ain't for me, man. Like that's just not for me. I'm not gonna like everybody that's out, you know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all like it, that's great. Like you're supposed to like other art. I mean, like when I started listening to rap, I wasn't even listening to rap. When I started listening to music in general, it was pop music and R&B. The rap wasn't even a genre yet. Like you kind of one hand how many people was doing rap, and then like when we started getting LL and Cool G rap and you know Big Daddy Kane, then it became a genre. But my thing was pop music and R&B. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even listening to rap, and I started listening to music. So it's good to listen to other genres besides rap.
I mainly asked that as a joke, but yeah, I see your point.
Uh, yeah, like I listen to alternative rock, I listen to reggae, I listen to jazz, so I listen to different things, man.
Do you like Latin by any chance? Just curious.
Huh?
Latin? Do you listen to Latin? Like
You
music?
like Aladdin?
Yeah.
The movie?
No, I mean like Latin music. Like
Oh, Latin music? Nah, my mom is she big into like she was big into like Enrique Iglesias and Ricky Martin and all that and Gloria Stefan. Like she listens to a lot of Latin. I mean I love Latin hip hop. I love Cypress Hill is one of my favorite groups ever. I love Cypress Hill and Pun and them, but I wasn't like into Latin music. But I mean it's cool. I mean people listen to it.
well, that's pretty
What's
much
my
it.
favorite Hype Williams video? Favorite Hype Williams videos, like all the Buster stuff and the Missy stuff. Hype was like the best director back then. So everything he did was great.
Yeah, yeah.
Puffy videos and all that.
What was that?
Have I seen Wild Star? I saw Wild Star like 2 years ago on Netflix. They had it on there. First time I saw it was on there. So I don't think they have it on there anymore, but I saw it on there. Yeah, Far Side. Yeah, drop Far Side. That was dope.
Far Side Mason. Far Side's dope.
Yeah.
Do I sound accurate by the way, or
You
is it just
sound angry?
like echoey?
Nah, you can.
Uh,
Big Papa. Yeah, that was dope. Do I collect cassettes? No, I haven't. I got rid of my cassette collection in 1999. I don't have cassettes anymore. I got one. I
oh,
got one and two cassettes, but I don't. My collection. I got rid of my cassette collection.
oh, I won an El Camino cassette. The other like not too long ago.
Huh?
I won in a giveaway. I won an El Camino cassette tape.
Oh, dope. Yeah, El Camino. El Camino. He's dope. He's a dope artist.
Walking on Water was the album.
Yeah, that's a dope one.
Great album.
Yeah. I'm not into cassettes no more. I used to be. I used to have like a whole bunch of cassettes. I had a cassette collection.
I got a couple. Don't really buy them that
Yeah.
much though.
I'm not big on cassettes no more. It's like the fast forwarding and thing and everything is just that was a hassle even back then. Like having cassettes, you got to fast forward to your favorite song and all that. And I'd
No,
rather have a
my
CD.
my
Oh,
record player is a 3-on-1, so it plays vinyls, cassettes, and CDs.
that's dope. That's dope. I need a record player like that.
If you want, I can send you pictures of like the mod and everything.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I'll
Also,
send
yeah,
you pictures of
last
it.
time, huh?
No, I said I'll send you pictures and everything though.
Okay. Yeah, Lab Cat was my favorite Farsight album.
My okay, generic pick, but I got the debut. I love the second
Oh,
album
that
though.
was great. That was great. I mean, like even with Bone Thugs, like Audible was my favorite, but I love E99. So They both classics to me.
Oh no, because I really listened to Art of War because you were doing this episode, and I forgot how much I loved that album. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yes, it's been years since I played like both CDs, you know.
Yeah. Usually with like double albums, like I try and listen to both discs, but most of the time I just listen to like my favorite of the two.
Right. Right.
So yeah.
I feel like all formats. That's great, King. Like, yeah, you should, have like all formats, vinyl and cassette, CDs, all that.
I collect all formats, but mainly CDs.
That's great. I love CDs, so I think it's easier for me than having cassettes and
Vinyls take up a lot of space too.
yeah, that's another thing.
Oh wait, hold on. I want to show you something really quick.
Yeah. All right.
So I recently got this album.
Yo.
Good Kid, but the thing is, I went to Target because they had exclusive records. So hold on.
Oh, Clear Drink, that's fire.
Plays
I never
great.
seen that. Wow. That's dope. I never seen that before.
If you go to Target, they should have it. So. Not sure if you're into like vinyl collecting like that, but still.
Right. But once in the blue, it has to be something like special for me to buy like vinyl. But I mean, I still got it. Favorite West Coast MC.
If he counts.
Right now, I love Evidence. I think Evidence is underrated, but I love Corrupt, like '90s Corrupt, Razzcast, Exhibit. There's a lot of West Coast MCs I like.
If Pac counts, Pac. If not, the game.
Yeah, the game is good. Pac, Ice Cube definitely.
Oh, Ice Cube's top 3. Dell, obviously.
Oh yeah, underrated definitely. That whole Hyro camp, Casual and Pep Love, Souls of
A
Mischief.
plus.
Yeah, A+. You know.
Kendrick, obviously for newer generation too.
Yeah. Yes, I know. I know you got a shitload of vinyl, Eric. I already know. Yeah. Yeah.
I want because I brought up earlier.
Mm.
Have you listened to his like newest EP, like Fit of Clay?
Who's that?
That's by Earl. It's like his newest EP.
Who?
Earl Sweatshirt.
Nah, I ain't hear. I ain't the last one. What's the last one I heard? It's been a minute. I still heard anything. I didn't even hear the last album he dropped.
Wait, was this the last one you heard? The 2015 one?
I didn't even hear that one. I missed that one. I didn't hear that one. I heard like as far as like our feature, I heard like all of the Tyler stuff and the Domo Genesis stuff, but I haven't heard like the Sweatshirt stuff, the recent ones, stuff from you know.
Speaking of Tyler, Cherry Bomb.
Yeah, I want to get that. I didn't get it yet. That's the CD or that's the vinyl?
CDs.
The CD. So I heard like the other album covers are out of print.
Cherry Bomb?
Like the wolf, like when he's in the forest. That one is out of print.
Oh, that's only on vinyl. And there's that one. It's a deluxe CD. I don't know if that one's still available, but if you want that cover, you have to buy the vinyl.
Oh shit! And what about the Cherry Bomb when he has like the face, like the cherry face and all that?
You mean this one?
Yeah, yeah, because it's like 5 different album covers or something like that.
Yeah, because okay, so every Cherry Bomb CD it comes with like 3 of the available covers.
Right.
Mine came with this cover. This is the main one.
Right.
And then this one. If you want to get the regular one that's like on streaming, like the face, if you have an FYE, they usually have that one.
Right. And it comes with a poster, right?
Oh yeah. You want to see the poster?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll do that for you, man.
That's dope. Wow. Okay. That's what's up.
Tyler's his CDs are great.
Yeah, I agree.
Like this booklet, if you ever get this album, it's a great booklet.
Cool.
And Last Odd Future thing, I own it. Oh shit.
Yeah, so I gotta get that. That I should have been had that. I keep stalling and not buying. I should already have it.
On Amazon, I was lucky because all like they had an object like they were selling like all these
Right.
and this on a sale. They had these on
Oh
sale.
wow. Okay.
I got them all.
King said I found Red Hieroglyphics vinyl. Yeah, Third Eye Vision is a classic. That's probably their best like group album in my opinion.
Yeah. Isn't it their only one?
They got I think they have another one. I think there's another one they have. But yeah, but Oakland Blackouts, that was fire, and You'll Never Know, that was fire.
It's a great project, but I didn't know they had another one. But yeah, I'm a big Odd Future fan, so. Wolf is my favorite out. Tyler, I agree with you, Sam.
Favorite Ice Cube movie? Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, Boys in the Hood.
Friday, people, I don't know. Friday was alright.
Why don't you like Friday? You grew up in that generation too.
I know, but I wasn't a big fan of Friday. Like, I like the soundtrack more than the movie.
Soundtrack is amazing.
You know.
Oh wait, do you like Belly? Because a lot of people don't like. I love Belly.
I mean,
I love Belly.
I mean, some people call it a classic. I don't know. It was good.
I love the movie personally.
Yeah.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Oh.
Man, but this year has been dry for movies. Musically great, but movies, Jesus.
Movie's been terrible.
I still need to see The Five Bloods though.
Yeah, that was good. That was long. It's like over 2 hours, but it was good. It was a good, interesting story.
Because because the first Spike Lee movie I saw was his first one. She's Gotta Have It, and I really like that one.
Yeah.
So I want to try and get more into him because I haven't seen that much by him.
Dimitri, you drink, you smoke, okay. That's dope.
I mean, good for you, I guess.
Belly soundtrack, yeah, that was dope.
State Property soundtrack is amazing.
Yeah, underrated soundtrack.
Anything else we can talk about? Yeah.
Scarface are good for Scarface.
Was it?
Sam X Scarface are good for least.
I'm okay. Unpopular opinion. I prefer Casino over Goodfellas.
Casino was great too.
It's like my third favorite Scorsese flick.
Yeah.
My all-time favorite though is Raging Bull.
Kid
Favorite movie also.
What you talking about? Who's Kid Keo?
I have no idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Dimitri. I got State Property soundtrack for $50. That's dope. That's a steal.
What's your guys' favorite gangster album? Daily Operation.
Daily Gang, probably Hard to Earn, I would say.
I got it on Daily Operation.
Daily Operation was great too. That was a good one.
I think people sleep on it the most out of their albums.
Definitely.
It's mainly Hard to Earn and Moment of Truth that they talk about.
Raging Bull is underrated, yeah.
It's my favorite movie ever.
Back to the Future, I love that. They got a 4K box set coming out for that, actually.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. It's dope.
Crazy.
Man, I would buy that. I just don't have the money.
That's gonna be expensive.
I don't buy Blu-rays though as much as like CDs or vinyls.
Right. Moment of Truth, that was great.
Have you heard about that new Scorsese flick with Leonardo DiCaprio and De Niro in it?
I heard there's something they were doing in the movie, but I didn't know if it was finished or they planned on doing it.
I think the script's done. I just don't know if they're doing production because it says it's supposed to come out next year on Letterboxd. I don't know if you know that app. It's like a movie app.
Sure. Hopefully it's good.
Hopefully. Because Irishman, I love The Irishman. I don't know about you.
That was good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole thing with Jimmy Hoffa and you know what I'm saying? It was cool. I mean, it wasn't one of my favorite, but I watched it because it was it had De Niro and Pacino in it. So yeah, My Cousin Vinny, that was a good film. I saw that.
I don't think I've seen that.
2077 soundtrack. What is that?
A good movie soundtrack is obviously Purple Rain.
Purple Rain was great.
I haven't seen the movie though.
You ever seen the movie?
Nope. It was on
You never watched
Netflix,
Purple
but
Rain?
they had it on Netflix, and I was gonna watch it, but I think they took it off.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch that. That was a great film.
You'd be surprised how many iconic films I have not seen.
Well, now you have the time to watch it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Got shit. If I could see The Irishman, I can see that.
Yeah.
Man,
I just buy regular DVD.
uh, and this is like, I mean, to be fair, the best thing, fair Michael Jackson video, Beat It,
Beat it. Definitely.
Scarface soundtrack.
Scarface soundtrack.
What was in the soundtrack? I
That,
forgot.
that was good.
I think I liked. I just don't remember it. One of my favorite, Casino has like one of my all-time favorite mob soundtracks.
Right.
Taxi Driver soundtrack, great.
That was good. Richard Pryor, George Carlin. Richard Pryor. George Carlin was funny though. I liked him in stand up.
Yeah, I go with you, Richard. Where are y'all from? I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
So Southern. Yeah, but I'm from Texas.
I'm from New York.
Shit. Southern. Mine's Thriller. Off the Wall. Those are good videos.
Thriller was great.
There's a lot of Michael Jackson videos are iconic though, so you can't really pick a favorite.
Right.
Like, what's another one I like? What is it? Fuck, he has too many. Shit. Oh yeah, what did you
Where you
think
from,
about that?
Dimitri? Oh, you from Sacramento? Okay. I got a homeboy in Sacramento.
What did you think about that Drake and Michael Jackson song he did, like Drake did?
From Scorpion?
Yeah.
Trying to remember it. I don't even remember the song. I mean, I think people. I mean, they wanted. If he's cool, he wanted to do a song with Mike, and if he wasn't here, that's cool. I don't got a problem with that. As long as you know who Michael Jackson is, that's all that matters. So, yeah.
Yeah. If you ever re-listen to it, you're gonna notice like like how Mike MJ sounds like really badly.
But he had to get the okay from his family to use it. So I mean, if Mike's family's okay with it, then it's cool.
Yeah, oh yeah. I liked side A of Scorpion a lot more than side B.
Right. Yeah, Sade was better.
Talk It Up with Jay-Z was dope.
White Boy's best movie. Okay. White Boy.
Man,
I don't even remember that film.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it.
That's an old '90s film. I ain't care for it.
It's a 90s movie. Above the Rim, obviously, that's a good movie.
Yeah. Otis Redding or Marvin Gaye. You need to ask Reggie this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you ask me some of these artists that I don't really like listen to like that.
Hey,
Marvin
Marvin
Gaye,
Gaye.
definitely. I mean, I gotta go with Marvin Gaye because I heard more albums from him than Otis Redding, but I think Reg would be like a better to answer that question than me.
I got the What's Going On album on vinyl.
I got that. That was a good album. That's a classic album. I'm not like heavy into Marvin like that. I haven't listened to all his albums and stuff.
No, me neither. I like Marvin though. He's dope, but
Yeah.
I haven't listened to every Bob Marley album for crying out loud. What's shit, this is about to go on for 4 hours. Fuck.
No, I need to get off of here. I'm really tired, and I just decided to stay on. I'm gonna do this more often. Just like stay on later than normal sometimes, and even if after Reg leave or whoever. So.
This is my favorite live ever. Thanks, King.
What's going on? Okay,
Yeah, I agree with you, Ronnie.
King, you said that before. This is my favorite live ever. What CDs did I cop? The only one I got recently was the Mad Villainy joint. I got that. I never bought that before, so I definitely had to get that. You
That's a
know,
good
yeah, that was good.
Uh, for me, last thing I bought was obviously the Cookie
Yeah,
Matsuri vinyl, and I
yes.
got Swimming.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
Mac.
Circles.
That was dope. The Circles joint.
Man,
The Swimming album I have as well. Swimming was good too. That was a good album. You know.
man, that was so sad when he died. Dude impacted me in a major way.
Yeah, he was dope.
Favorite song from Thriller, Beat It.
The song,
Beat It.
the whole album. Why you gotta be one song? There was a song. I gotta pick one. I'll pick Billie Jean.
Oh, Trey, if you ever buy this album, by the way, just if you ever open it, it's fucking
That's
lit.
the case. Oh man, are you
Comes with a
serious?
poster
So
though.
where's the CD at?
Oh, the CD. Hold on, it's on the right side. CD's just.
Oh, that's how
It
they
comes
do
with
it.
the bonus tracks though. If you haven't listened to
All right,
them,
yeah, the bonus track. So there's no booklet or nothing.
there's a mini poster.
Oh, mini poster.
Shit,
I
it
hate when
says
they do
this.
it like that.
Man, rest in peace, Mac. But come on, they could have done a better job with this.
Yeah. Wow, it's crazy. That's how they did the last one. The last one, the booklet opened up and they had like all the producers and stuff. PYT. Yeah, that was dope.
I was mad also because in Target this thing came. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like a little bent here.
Right. Oh wow.
It's pissed off.
My Lady My Life, that was good.
That's a great song. Billie Jean is my favorite. Lazy CD packaging.
Facts.
Even artists do that though. It's like The
That's
Weeknd.
what they're doing now though. It's like they just making it like thinner and I don't get it. Like just give us a regular jewel case with a booklet.
Because like The Weeknd, I was like really disappointed when I got that album.
Yeah, there's no credits. I told you there's no credits in there.
No, because I was like, it's the Target exclusive. Maybe they'll got something.
Nope.
No, it's just
You gotta look online just to find out who produced what.
nah, but besides that, that's a great album though.
Nardwuar would have that. Would have what? What would Nardwuar have, Dimitri? What are you talking about?
The CD.
Tupac,
Are you still down? Are you still
yeah, that
down?
was good. I like Still I Rise because I like the Outlaws.
Favorite Monk album, Eternal
I was,
Affairs. But if we're talking
yeah,
organized confusion, well, obviously Stress.
yeah, I'm with him. That's his best stuff.
Just name one more CD, then I'm at 100.
What you looking at cop?
Actually, I have like four. E40 in a major way. DG Quick, Way Too Funky. Two short dogs in the house, and Spice 187 Hero.
Okay,
Those are what I want to get next.
right. Yeah, Internal Affairs, that was classic.
They re-released the vinyl. I might get that eventually.
Yeah, I agree.
Some digipacks have dope packaging, but they can get damaged too easily. Yeah, I agree.
No, they do. Best mumble rapper? I don't listen to mumble rap. Ask Walker, he listen to that. Ask him.
Young Thug.
He said Young Thug.
Waka Flocka, I mean, he's not a mumble rapper, but he's probably my favorite trap artist.
Sam said nothing.
West Coast classics, yes, sir. Nah, but I want to get more like Bay Area stuff because the Bay I think might be honestly the best region, like West Coast.
Right.
Do you have any E40? Try.
Nah, I'm not really big on E40. Like I know he's a legend, but I wasn't really big on him like that.
I fuck with it, dude.
Little Xan.
Okay. No, he's
No
whack.
humble rappers
He's
good.
whack. He's whack.
That's who you like, Dimitri, Little Xan.
Thoughts on
Thoughts on
Logic? I like the old Logic.
yeah.
I haven't listened
Bobby,
to his
Bobby,
newest album though. I heard it was good.
Tarantino. I like those Everybody album. That was good.
You like the Everybody?
Yeah, I thought it was dope. I mean, it to me the way they promoted it, they didn't promote it like a rap album. It was too commercial, but
I like the J Cole feature. That was it.
yeah, I mean, I thought it was a dope album. I know people give Logic a lot of grief because he talks too much about his biracial and all that, but I mean, he's just talking his life, right? So I'd rather him talk about that than to talk about like him being a thug and he's not a thug. So
Yeah.
you know,
I heard his newest. I heard his newest album was good. It's also his retirement album, I think.
I don't know who that is, Little Xan. I don't know.
Just don't. Oh, he's whack. He's whack. I met a dude that said I was the best rapper. I was like, no, no.
The
I like trap, but no, that's just whack.
favorite Janet Jackson album. Uh,
What's the
between
84
between
one called?
Control and Velvet Rope.
Wait, what's the 84 one called again?
I forgot the name of that one. I know what you're talking about too. Reg would know. I forgot the name of that.
I like Janet, but I don't listen to her like that much. Oh, Rhythm Nation, yeah, that's my
Elimination
favorite.
was good. Yeah.
Roseanne straight ass. I agree. You see, okay, there's a level of trap that I like. You see, Roseanne is not in that level of trap I like. I like the Young Thugs, the Travis Scotts. Those are like the type of trap I like.
I don't even know who you was talking about.
You haven't heard of Travis?
Little Zen.
Man, when Kanye first got Travis, he was so like personality wise, he was dope. His music wasn't. Now it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Music's good. His personality is ass.
Yeah. I need to end this live. It's 4 hours. Nobody's gonna want to watch this if it's 4 hours.
You should do like a timestamp for when it's like like the review, and like when it's just like talking.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come on and I'll do like normal live streams. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's a good.
I need to do that more often. So I'll do that, and then y'all can ask me all the weird questions you want and shit.
Who's your favorite?
You talk about Chief Keef and Little Xan and all
Man, G,
that.
fuck off.
I don't listen to none of these people, Dimitri. I don't Chief Keef and Little Xan. You lost me with that.
No, Lil Xan is trash. Chief Q, don't disrespect that man like that. The
Chief
thing
Keef.
is, I don't have any trap albums, which is weird because a lot of like people I talk to, they're like, "You like trap?" I'm like, "Yeah," because I always listen to like old stuff.
King is not feeling. He's not feeling it right now.
Man. I've
Dude.
told him to I fuck with trap, and he was like, "Oh, okay." The thing is, I don't like. The thing is, I don't buy their project because like, even though I like them, I don't like them enough to like buy it.
But
Although I would get Travis album.
yeah, get
It's
it,
like,
man. I mean, right. You listen to. I mean, if you listen to that, then you listen to it. So don't care about what people think. Even if I don't like it, like you listen to what you listen to. So
I've never been
that's how you got to be true to yourself at the end of the day.
Fair Down by the Beanuts, their 94 one.
I like Stone Crazy. That was dope. I like Musical Massacre too. That was underrated. Ed Sheeran, best rapper. Ed Sheeran, not really I don't really consider him a rapper. He's like,
I think he's joking. I
oh
think he's trolling now.
no, he's not a rapper. He raps sometimes, but he's not like a full-fledged rapper.
What's that song he did with like Eminem and 50 Cent?
I forgot the name of that joint. That was on Revival, right?
No, 50 Cent wasn't on. It was like a single, I think.
Oh,
All
I'm
right,
about
good
to go
night,
to sleep
Eric.
also. I'm about to
Yeah,
go
what
to
time
bed.
is it for you?
It's 12:20 right now.
Shit's 10 for me.
Eminem Infinite. That's not my favorite one.
The Infinite song is dope, but besides that, it's
Master
pretty
Love.
mediocre album. Musical Massacre.
Okay. I'm gonna definitely end this shit in um like sometime next week, like maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. We're gonna do that tournament, that album tournament challenge. I'm gonna have like some other people on here as well, like Reg and Gammo, Big Freezy. I'm gonna have like some other people on here.
All
Make
right.
this like a big event because it's never been done on here before. So
All right.
you know that'll be good. And then if you want to come back and King, y'all can come on and pick some of the albums.
Yeah, I'll talk.
You know, because we got 30 albums on the list, and then there's gonna be like some extra ones battling out for like the wild card spot. So
Wait, can you send me the list of the albums? Because just in case.
yeah,
Like, if I need to re-listen.
I'll send you the list. I never
Fair
seen
album
it
by
on live.
Cool
I
J
was
and
supposed to see it on live, but they got kicked off the tour I went to. Yeah,
Fair album by Cool G Rap and DJ Paulo.
Wanted Dead or Alive.
What's the 92 one?
Thoughts on G Easy? I don't care for G Easy.
Jeezy is whack.
So many good albums to pick. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
Like besides Illmatic and Ready to Die, you got Grave Diggers, you
But
got fucking
Illmatic, like we got like 3 or 4 like #1 seeds. Like Illmatic will be one, Ready to Die, or something realistic.
the Diary.
It'd be like the other ones would be like will battle each other though. Something like that. Like we'll have it like that. It'd be like a tournament bracket type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you could come on. When you get your stream all set up, you come on here, you know, you and Walker come on here. You know?
I'll talk to you about that.
You know what I mean?
Because I'm trying to see if I can do the 57's T on Friday.
Right. Yeah,
Because we've been postponing that like almost every week. Fuck.
You telling me about that, right? Yep. So I'm gonna see you all next week.
All right, yeah. Peace out, guys.
I'll send you that list when I get off.
All right, well, thanks, Try, for letting me on here, man. Appreciate it.
All right, no doubt. All right, King and Sam and Ronnie. See y'all. I might come back on the week. I know I said I was gonna do like a DVD collection vid, so I'm not sure when. If not the weekend, then next week I'm gonna drop that. But I'm definitely drop some other stuff on here.
Yeah,
So salute to you guys. Thanks for supporting the channel. Keep supporting it.
almost 100 subscribers.
Whenever the topic, whatever the topic, you can pick the topic. It don't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
Yeah, well, once again, thanks for having me on here, Troy. I appreciate it, man. See ya.
all right, I'll hit you up.
Peace out, guys.
Peace.